Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wipe the crust out of your eyes, gargle some Listerine, get your face all ready to go, get dressed, get in the car, go to work, because it's 95.7 The Fox, Scooter, and the Hog. I don't know if I can do it this time, Scooter.
Once it clear your throat. Suey.
That's right, Suey, everybody. Perfectly on time, by the way, because TJ's gone, of course.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Scooter and the Hog.
It has been cold throughout the United States. I think it was over 150 million people had a Arctic blast.
That is true.
From old Canada.
Jack Frost nipping at their nose this late in the season. It is a cold one out there. Make sure you bring your booties.
Traffic, by the way, was insane. Many accidents. Make sure those roads are going to be clear. Hopefully the Department of Transportation takes care of that. But icy overpasses, remember, those freeze first. Bridges too. And we've got a lot of inclement water incoming this weekend as well throughout the United States. So
absolutely true.
Stay bundled up and stay warm. Might want to be in front of that fireplace.
It's chilly out there. Oh my God, this would be a horrible job.
Yeah, it's like I really want to be like kill me.
What you had to do every day.
Yeah, just to pretend to be like just this artificial person that everyone knows doesn't exist. Like those
laughing at everything. Like
those
morning funny as shit.
Morning DJ, you know. Oh yeah, let's interview a washed up 80s rock star. It's like, oh fuck. All right. That's basically what we had. Where I grew up, it was the station New Orleans was the one we had for alternative. It was called 106.7 The End.
The End? That's kind of cool.
And the morning zoo crew was a guy named Rod Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And like I remember going to school, they always have something. Like you always have some bullshit guest like that. Like the only time I was ever excited, because I guess because it was like kind of rubbed off. My mom loved the Scorpions. She still does. And they had the lead singer calling in from Germany. But it's like obviously he's German though, so it was really hard to understand on FM radio. It was like they ask him a question like, so we've mixed the song, and you're like, oh shit.
So it's nice and frustrating now. The station of the You're like, okay.
Like, yeah, cool. Is Paul still playing 76? I don't know.
Nah, dude, I got bored of that shit. I mean, like, I think Fallout 76 is all right as long as you play it like a single player game. Sure. Like, if you completely ignore the multiplayer aspects of it to the best of your ability, it's not bad. You know, it's got some lot of New Vegas qualities to it, I guess.
Yeah, it's not all bad. I mean, dude, obviously, I don't think almost any game is all bad.
I knew we had a Scooter and the Hog coming up today. I was feeling nostalgic, Scotty. You know, one of the downsides to living so far apart is I don't get to chill and smoke with you guys anymore. So I loaded myself up a patented Scotty Kirk landmine tonight.
Oh, really?
So we'll see how that affects my ability to, I don't know.
Like, that's if people don't know the lore. It's when Paul came and stayed with us. I would always be like, "Oh, let's smoke out of this bong." Because obviously we'd start off, you'd be gentle at first. You'd be like, "Let's smoke a joint." Oh man, this joint it's not doing enough. I've got an idea. I've got this brand new bong. Paul, you want to christen this bong? He'd be like, he'd look at it, and of course I would. So basically, I'd pack it like this. I'd pack the bottom, some really finely ground up like gold leaf, and then on top of it would be a layer of like some primo wax. And then on top of that would be another layer. So if you look at it, it would just be like, a normal bowl.
Yeah, just a fresh bowl. Yeah. Hey, Paul, you want greens on this new bowl?
And Paul's like, all right.
Scotty knows I will never say no to that.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm scared to say no either. But Paul especially is like, no. I mean, he's going to take it. Man, Paul would hit that. He'd be like, man, he's like, what the fuck? And it's like, welcome to the landmine, Paul. And he's like, what? It's like, you smoked a bunch of wax, dude.
You're going on a ride now, Paul's ego.
You're about to be fucked up, dude. You're about to be fucking high as a fucking kite.
Yeah.
My dude.
Yeah. My dude. My guy. My bro.
Scotty, will you finally say that Megadeth is better than Metallica, my guy? No, my dude, I won't.
Dude, I don't know. Whatever. whatever. I think like I guess aesthetically I like Megadeth a little more, but it's just not my kind of rock, dude. It's just like the kind of like super serious, gravelly fucking butt rock. I can't hang, dude.
I don't hate Megadeth, but it's just not. I'll be honest, it's never a band I've ever gone out of my way to listen to. If it comes on the radio or something like that, like I don't hate it. I'm not like, oh no. But it's just
I
not
tell
my
you
favorite.
what sets me like I don't like speed metal.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't even know if that's a genre anymore, but that was like I mean Metallica did some speed metal shit. Like they had a couple of songs that had like a speed metal vibe. But I just don't like that kind of like took over the metal scene in the 80s and 90s. It was all these kind of like hair bands with very gravelly, gruff voices playing speed metal riffs.
Mhm.
And that just, I don't know. It just like when I look at the musical landscape around that time, it just didn't appeal to me as much as like, because like at that time, gangster rap was becoming a thing, you know?
Yeah.
And
The old
gangster rap took over everything, dude. And all my friends listen to nothing but rap.
Do you know a fucking awesome song? I guess it's considered rap because I mean Coolio is rap. So Fantastic Voyage by Coolio, dude.
Yeah. I mean,
I
dude,
fucking love
easy
that song.
listening. Yeah, it's a great song, dude. Coolio was great.
He really
Coolio also
was.
had that Gangster's Paradise song.
Yeah. Yeah, that was actually the first rap album I ever got was because of that. I was like, what the? Because I was not exposed to rap really. I grew up in white people land where it's like rap is like rap is they just misspelled it. It's actually spelled CRAP. Like okay, thanks, Dad.
Yeah. Slide, slippity slide, hitting switches on the block in my 65. Yeah, rip Coolio. I know the real ones always die young.
It's true, dude.
No, Coolio was great. Coolio's like he was one of those crossover artists. Like that song, especially Fantastic Voyage, I think got crossplay on like easy listening and rock station. It was like a pop hit and a rap hit, you know.
Yeah, but it blended all of that so well. It had a funk vibe to it too, which I think is kind of cool. Like when it brings.
Well, that was like the 90s. A lot of rap, especially like West Coast rap, had that funk vibe. They called it G-funk. And it had that like very smoky room kind of fucking funk band layer to the beat. It was kind of neat. Yeah, 90s hip hop was dope. It really took off in a huge way. Like in the 80s, it was kind of underground, very underground actually. And then there was a couple of breakout artists like Run DMC doing a video with Aerosmith is when rap was born, in my opinion. Like in terms as a popular music and not just like an underground regional thing. Like that's when rap really was like served up to the public in full. And it was like an early example. People say like, oh, rap rock is lame. It's like, dude, a lot of popular rap was born with the fusion of a fucking popular rock.
Oh, dude, someone brought this up.
Group.
Ice-T has a rap metal band called Body Count, which is pretty. Oh yeah, it's
Body Count.
Count. That's some based ass shit. Do you ever listen to Body Count ever?
Oh yeah, dude. I was a big Body Count fan.
I was like, listen,
just like metal with him going, this is the chorus. I'm about to gore you or whatever, like, yeah, it's fucking great.
Dude, well, it's very political too. Body Count is super political as well.
Yeah. Very anti-cop. Yeah.
Oh,
Cop Killer was their, that was
I always think that they're fair though. I mean, they're like, look, we're not saying that every person's a cop is a piece of shit, but like the ones that do this shit, like, I mean, it's really more about systemic shit. Like they're like, look, we obviously are not. I mean, Ice-T ain't for that shit. For fucking cops doing that shit, fucking brutalizing people and killing them. But he's also fair. I think he's fair. But I'd recommend it if you want to hear something different.
Yeah, for sure. I like Body Count. Another band that we used to play around with metal a lot. Oh, what was that fucking name of that band? They had that song Slam. And then I think Biohazard played guitars on it or whatever. It was like a metal riff with Slam. Oh, who did that? I remember that song being big in like the early 90s. Or like maybe the mid 90s. Well, no, it was early. It was the early 90s.
Early 90s, dude. I was listening to what was it? Oh, dude, I remember the rap Vanilla Ice, Ice
Onyx.
Baby.
Yeah, it was Onyx. Yeah.
Besides the shit my mom listened to, which was like AC/DC and that stuff. Like it was like, like I wanted to listen to Ice Baby because of it's whenever he was in the Ninja Turtles. Like that was like I was like, oh my god, Vanilla Ice is great. That's the funny thing is like everyone makes fun of Vanilla Ice now, but dude, when he first came out, he was legit. People,
dude, he was like, it's funny to look back because the style is so like outrageous and in your face.
I mean, now
and it's easy to make fun of, but like he was iconic when he came out. He was legit cool. Like there were people that hated him, of course. You know, like people calling, oh, what a faggot. Blah, 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 you know, there was. I'm not saying he was universally loved, but like in pop culture, he was cooler than fucking Ice, dude. Literally, he was.
He had his
cool.
moment. I mean, he had definitely this moment. I mean, it as it went on, it became more like just an evolving parody of itself, you know. So it kind of
I credit him with like he was a crossover artist for a lot of white kids too. Honestly, like, it's cringy as fuck.
Because dude, because I grew up in Mandeville, you know, for a lot of my life.
Yeah,
and that place is known as being one of the most racist cities in America. So for the most part, stuff like rap, you know, was like that's not going to happen. But like Vanilla Ice, because he was white, was like it was okay. You know, it was like, oh, okay, it's a white guy saying it. Well, then it's fine. I mean, obviously, it was still kind of a disapproval of it, you know. But it's like, oh, all right, you know. And that's not always so much. Like I would say, it wasn't like overt. It was just like I never heard anyone else listening to rap credibly. You know, like as I got older, then yeah, for sure, I got exposed to more rap music.
Dude, you know where I learned about rap music? And this is like the most 80s fucking thing. No.
Oh, really? No.
My friends, no, dude. When I was little, all my friends were pretty fucking country. Like my parents were probably the most musically adventurous people I knew.
Oh shit!
Because they would listen to funk and Motown and disco, as well as like 80s pop and stuff like that, and rock and old protest like 60s rock and the Beatles. Sure, yeah. So I got like a pretty wide education in like older music, but none of them were none of my friends were into that shit.
Oh, was it the record store?
A skating rink, bro.
Oh, the skating. Oh, okay.
The most 80s shit ever. I don't even know if people even go to those anymore. I know that like years ago, I remember reading a story about how they were just disappearing.
They still exist. I mean, like, they're actually like some of them, dude, are still thriving. It's weird because it's like bowling alleys too. It's like some bowling alleys are just like completely fucking dying. Like there's nothing there. Like, you know, and some are thriving. It's just like any other business. Like as it becomes more consolidated, it becomes more difficult. But skating rinks still exist. There's one where I live. There's one. It's all Christian-y though, which, you know. So for me, it's like I don't want to go to any place like that.
Yeah. I was at the skating rink with my little white ass skating around, and I was a good skater too. I was good on the fucking skates. Like my parents would we had one in town, and it was cheap to go. It was like a cheap.
It was. It's always been kind of like a good price thing.
And so I had practice, you know, and I was smooth. I was grooving to they usually played nothing but rock music in there. You know, high tempo stuff that was fun to skate to. And then they played that fucking Belle Biv DeVoe song Poison, which is not even a rap song, it's an R&B song. Poison. But it sounded a lot like the fucking disco and the funk and the Motown that my parents would listen to, but it was new and it was dirty. And I was like, ooh, you know, like it's talking about big butts and you know, this, that, and the, I mean, you know, you didn't hear that shit in music back in the day. And so it was, or if you did, it was in some fucking rock song and it was presented in a very different way. Sure. Belle Biv DeVoe was very like overtly sexual, you know what I mean? And it was cool. And so I got into that. I begged my parents, I was probably 8 years old, maybe 7, begged my parents to get me that tape. And it was right around that time that my cousins, who were a couple of fucking thugs, like total redneck, corn-pwned white thugs, they fucking brought over Vanilla Ice for me to listen to. And that was dude, he wasn't my favorite rapper, but he kicked the door open. Like immediately, like I was into rap. And I jumped directly to like the stuff that I'd missed out on in the 80s. Slick Rick and MC Ricky D. Well, that was his name back then, MC Ricky D. Dougie Fresh. There's like a lot of the old standard hip, and I just rode that fucking shit all the way through high school. I got into grunge because of Nirvana. Like so many kids in the 90s, like rock got back on my radar when Nevermind dropped. So I was into that too. There was a lot of crossover too, but yeah, rap.
Dude, I'm not all surprised that you're cousins, because like I've only met them like one time, but yeah, they give that total vibe.
It wasn't those. You haven't met the two.
Oh, okay,
cousins.
it wasn't those.
This was another couple of. These are older cousins.
Oh, okay.
So they were
but those ones gave me the vibe. That vibe.
Yeah,
too.
they're very similar for sure. They're the same kind of thing. But yeah, no, it was a pair of cousins you never met. Not that it matters.
The best way to describe them is a couple, dude. I imagine them like those guys are a couple of shit kickers for sure, dude. Those are the kind of guys. Yeah. Like you wouldn't get. Let's put it this way: you wouldn't want to get on their bad side. You could just tell. Yeah,
the only people that reliably survived getting on their bad sides were like each other. They would get in fucking these like rows at my mom's house. They were the only people that were allowed to get away with that shit too. Like they had the only, and it was only if they were fighting each other. If they got like brawlic with somebody else, they got their asses kicked out, and they weren't allowed to come.
Oh yeah, and probably the older people. Obviously, if your mom goes up and's like, "Your ass out of here," they're not going to be like,
Nobody else had that pass in my mom's house. Anybody got violent with anybody, and they were, and this was before Uber, so good luck finding a fucking ride. And before cell phones too.
Oh shit!
She just put you on the street. She's like, get the fuck out. And everybody there would enforce that, but they got away with it. They were just brawling, fighting.
They're fighting boys, dude. It's like me and TJ. I get
sure.
what you're saying. It's like that's kind of that shit where it's like as long as they're fighting each other, it's like
yeah. I mean, it got broken up, but they weren't kicked out for it.
No,
I got some bad news, Scotty. All too familiar news in this day and age. Velma has lost her glasses again.
No, Velma, where are your glasses?
I guess we'll take a look.
This Velma's trying to get Shaggy.
Wow, did she have to do it like that though?
That's how you have to do it.
Is that how you have to get on your grab glasses if you drop them? You can't just grab them from your hands and knees. You got to do the fucking swoop with the butt cheeks in the air.
I've heard that's the best technique for your back. Like you want to fucking fuck up your back, you can just go. Ugh. But that is the way you do it.
I'm gonna reveal something to you guys. I went because I had to look for the Velma tonight. Obviously, TJ being in absentia, I had to find our Velma, and I was digging around, and this may shock some of the people. This is my favorite Velma yet. To me, this is not necessarily. I mean, it's the sexy move and shit is fine, but this to me embodies the true aesthetic of Velma. Pretty, but not like supermodel hot.
Yeah, actually, I've never seen
like
Velma's
girl
like
next door-y, librarian kind of pretty.
Yep.
Thick as fuck. Wearing the right kind of skirt. You don't see any ass when she does that. It's all covered with skirt. So she's wearing the right length of skirt. She's got the orange socks too, which so many people forget. The orange knee socks. She got everything. She got the fucking haircut. I don't know what they call that. Is that like an A-line haircut? I think that's what that's called. Got the Velma haircut. She got the glasses. This Velma for me hitting on all cylinders. For me. And not like, I got to be honest with you, and I'm not a total basic white chick either. Like, sorry, I like, whatever. White chicks are fine, but I'm a little biased. I grew up with fucking 5 basic white chick sisters. You know what I mean? Like, I can't really. And so to me, a little bit of not white ethnicity, always a good thing. Always a good thing.
Well,
sprinkle it in there,
dude.
Sprinkle it in there.
You know what you want. If you know what you want, you know what you want.
I want it all. I want it all.
Yeah, if you want it all, you get. All right, I guess we'll just address this. Where is TJ tonight? TJ is a lazy fucking sack of shit. About 10 minutes before showtime, we get a fucking text that's just full of typos and misspellings of like, sick, can't make it. You guys do the show for me, all right? And we're just, I mean, like normally we'd fight TJ and like, TJ, you're full of shit. Get your ass to the show. But we still don't even want to bother. I mean, there's no fucking point, dude. She just, he wants to be lazy, wants to miss out for no good fucking reason. And look, I mean, if there was a good reason, I'd understand. TJ felt sick. He had a good excuse, like he had to go to a funeral or something. I mean, look, I would understand. But normally, we would give TJ shit, but we're just, TJ, take the fucking night off. We're just so fucking sick of your fucking goddamn lazy ass goddamn excuses. We don't want to hear it. We don't have time for it, man. Me and Paul don't have time to fucking listen to you explain another fucking bullshit reason why you're not here. Another fucking load of fucking dog shit is going to be shoveled down our goddamn throats about why you couldn't show up on time. TJ was woke anyways. Look, I don't want to say it, but TJ, too woke for me now. Too woke.
Wow.
I watched some of TJ's old content. Dude, that's when TJ was based, man. He spoke truth to power, man. He would call it like he saw it.
Libertarian TJ was the strongest TJ.
It was the strongest version of TJ, but now it's like, what's the shit, TJ? I mean, TJ, whatever, look, he just, whatever some politically correct person says, that's what TJ says. And I'm just like, I'm bored of it. I'm bored of this politically correct stuff. Like, I'm not politically correct. I'm sorry. I'm really not sorry, but I'm just telling you that TJ just gone, look, and his views have gone down. He said about Steve Shives, TJ Shives now. I hate to say it.
Wow.
I hate to say it, TJ Shives. I mean, look at his views. Look, I don't mean to attack TJ. Look at his fucking views, though. If you listen to I've told TJ what he needs to do. He refused to listen. And, it's sad. Like, I feel very sad for TJ. I feel depressed for TJ. I feel desolated. I feel distraught. I feel like just like, like I'm beating a horse dead into the ground.
I can't keep up the pretense, Scotty. I know we don't want to worry people, but I'm going to tell them what's really going on with TJ. Okay. This cover story, the people because look, for good or ill, there are people out there that love TJ. TJ was at a zoo. Okay. I'm not going to say which zoo because there's probably going to be legal action and I don't want anybody fucking with that. Okay. But TJ was at a zoo, happened to be, and he didn't know this, it happened to be mating season for the rhinos at the zoo. And TJ really wanted to see the rhinos. And so he went to the rhino cage. And the rhinos, being all randy because it's mating season, smelled TJ's undercarriage, unwashed as it was, and got real horny. And they started butting up against the side where TJ was standing, looking into their pen. And TJ, klutz that he is, he toppled in.
Oh, no.
He toppled into and I don't even know what we can say on YouTube. He was brutally, I don't know what
the rhinos knew TJ intimately. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
They knew him.
Biblically, they knew him.
They knew TJ.
Yes.
And in the very biblical sense. Like, the story of Lot and his daughters and the angry mob in Sodom and Gomorrah. It's how that mob wanted to know those angels.
Yes, exactly.
But imagine Lot's like, all right, angels, there you go. Take the angels. And I mean, you know what the angry mob of homosexuals would do to the angels? I mean, they're gonna know them.
He dove in intentionally. Well, Krista, that is what the zoo is claiming. The zoo is claiming that they have some
that's pending legal action,
footage, right? But we're not going to comment on that. As TJ told it to us, he fell in due to the shoddy construction of the rhino pen, and the rhinos allowed to be out and randy at a time maybe they should have been kept in a pen.
I mean, look, I understand the argument. There was several layers of fencing. They're going to force titanium alloy, what do you call it? Like screws in there. I mean, they screwed it in with some of the most high speed, low drag metals available. It was also secured by an electric fence. Somehow TJ got over that. But look, it's possible. It might not seem likely, but it's possible to get over 3 layers of fencing and armed guards. Because, by the way, these rhinos are very protected animals. I mean, somehow, through all those layers of fencing, 3 layers, disarmed 2 guards, knocked them out, tied them up, and all while falling, and then knew the rhinos. And I don't know how it's possible. But that's TJ's story. I mean, look, if you get over an electric fence, you get over an initial barrier. I mean, you get through several partitions of water and other landmarks and obstacles to stop someone from getting into there. You take out the 2 armed guards, tie them up, put gags to their mouth, blindfold them as well. Even though they saw you, I don't know why you do that, but I guess you could. All while falling. and then, provocatively dance in front of the rhinos and then have the rhinos, do what rhinos do. I mean, look, if you entice a rhino, allegedly. Well, it's all alleged. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, I guess I was there filming, but I mean, whatever. The thing is, though, if TJ wants this lawsuit to go well, then he's going to pay me a lot of money. Wow. He's going to use my lawyer. And, look, me and him split.
You really know how to kick a guy when he's down, Scott.
I'm sorry. I mean, look, he wanted to do what he wanted to do. He also, I think, wanted to sell that on the black market. I don't know why. I guess I have an idea of why he'd want to sell on the black market. But I mean, that's up to TJ.
Is in recovery right now. Your brother, your flesh and blood, in recovery at the hospital with a brutally torn asshole.
I mean,
and you are trying to get money off of him, Scotty. I gotta respect it. It's so Machiavellian. I gotta respect it.
I mean, look, I tried to talk him out of it before we went to the fucking zoo. I was like, TJ, don't slip and fall into a rhino enclosure. Get over boulders, rivers, streams, like those artificial streams. Like, they build like an African savanna or whatever. They build that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, then you got a fence. You got a fence that goes over the top. Then you have an electric fence. I mean, obviously to keep it's obviously these zoos have a lot of accidents.
TJ is clumsy. I could see if anybody could bumble their way through 3 layers of fencing, it's TJ. But whether that's what happened is up in the air. He's recovering. He'll be back soon. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, those armed guards I hear too might be suing TJ as well. I mean, because TJ did have to. I mean, there's a couple of guards he had to deal with as well. But I mean, if you fall just right, I mean. Maybe he fell one, like it hit him on the head, then his feet hit TJ's pretty big, hit the other guy. Oh no, they're knocked out. And then they already happened for some reason to be practicing tying each other up. So maybe. I mean, look, anything is possible. Anything is possible, guys. This is reality. We don't know what the fuck's gonna happen next. Do you know what's gonna happen next? I ask everyone, do you know what's gonna happen next? No, you don't.
Oh my God. Let's see. I have such a good imagination. So when we do these little TJ bits, I could see it in my head and it's fucking hilarious.
But the way I see it in my head though is that TJ does bumble like Mr. Bean or whatever, like bumble his way into like, whoops, whoa, what the hell's going on? No,
Yeah.
And the rhino's like, it's like rhino rutting season, like,
yeah. Oh, shit.
Oh no!
God, fucking damn it, bro!
His fucking pants around his ankles. No, Mr. Rhino, please!
I just spilled my fucking drink all over everything. God damn it, TJ! Why is you being rude? Fucking inundated by a rhino? Why is that so fucking funny? That
most people you could just never imagine it, dude. You could never fucking imagine it happening. Well, TJ, for some reason, I don't know. It works. Let's see. We got some super chats. Paul's ego. Yes,
that's me.
Have you heard about the third Tron movie in production? Jared Leto is the main character, I believe. I've heard about it, but I have no interest in if Jared Leto is the main character.
Whoa! Slip noise.
No, TJ, that rhino's in rutting season. Get away! Oh no, my pants fell around my ankles. Please help me, guys. Oh no, I've fallen forward. I'll crawl.
TJ hits the ground like this Velma right here.
Yep.
He trips and falls just like this Velma. Jinkies. Oh, the rhino's like.
Oh man. Go versus fish would never spend all our time pretending to be something we're not. You're a goat or a fish. Y'all subliminally convinced me to replace my desk chair. Was it subliminal?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, thanks for the money.
Maybe we were just paid by that chair company to shill a shitty fucking Chinese knockoff chair.
Subconsciously to us. This is a scooter in the hog. Scooter. Super sticker.
Well, since people are donating pretty freely tonight, thank you to everybody who has already done so. Maybe we ought to take a look. Oh, God fucking damn it, Paul's ego. You've done it now, boy. You've done it now. Boy,
Spinosaurus, do you really want us to read the Bible? No thanks. Where is TJ tonight?
Oh, no.
That's already been explained.
I think I know what's going on.
Paul, a few months ago, I heard and saw Andre 3000 playing a flute in Long Beach. Didn't even know it was him until I saw an article about an hour later. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Dave Mustaine wrote the first Metallica songs. They kicked him out because he partied too hard. Listened to the Megadeth discography. Skip so far, so good. Okay. Finally, the fat has been cut from the show. Indeed.
Indeed, it has though.
Is the best crew from Onion Nuggets. Sumi, TJ, Suey. Got a bunch of them. We got to get caught up. This story reminds me of Rape by Elephants by Torso Fuck. Such a delightful little tune. It sounds it.
That does sound delightful.
Buying my first house from Am I German now? Buying my first house from a friend for a great price. Any first time homeowner advice? The advice I would probably give you is I can hear myself fall.
Okay, let me unshare the screen.
The thing I hear from most homeowners is number one, make sure your insurance stays up to date because repairs happen. Check your water heater quite frequently and make sure you follow that shit because those go quite often. And set aside money for maintenance and repairs on your house because that's what really screws a lot of people is suddenly there's some massive repair that they need done. Now, if the house is in good shape, you probably won't need that necessarily, but you always have to plan for that. If you don't plan for that, you might have a very bad day. Video idea. TJ goes to a 5-hour church session. Also, Bill for America thankfully died. Really? No. Wild Bill. Paul, did you hear about this?
I did not.
I mean, he looked like shit, but dude, we gotta look that up. You can't drop some like Wild Bill is dead shit, and because
that's fucked. I didn't
these episodes without TJ are the best. Who needs its fat butt? Anywho, Paul, how did you get so smart and cute?
Years of practice and work.
Clearly,
hard work.
You also watch H, the SNL skit Big Boy. It's a song dedicated to fat guys, and it's actually funny. Well, that's good. Oh shit, we're all caught up. Dude, Wild Bill's not dead though, is he?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh shit, Wild Bill for America, I guess. I'm waiting for a much greater individual to go.
Yeah, I mean, we need the full fucking Monty here. If we're gonna know, we need to know.
And that's what we've always said. Like, if people have talked about years wanting a Manatee episode, it's like that's the
dude. So there's a mini crisis unfolding here at the studio.
What?
Me getting so excited about TJ being brutally assaulted by rhinoceroses.
Oh my god!
Caused me to knock my fucking drink over, and it got my fucking keyboard wet, and now everything's freaking out.
Great. Do you have a backup keyboard?
I think I have a keyboard. I don't know that that's necessarily. Well, let's see. I'm gonna have to give me a sec while I monkey with this.
All right, no problem. So we're going deeper in the mystery of Wild Bill for America being dead. All right, does anyone, the person who said that, do you have a source for Wild Bill being dead? Because like I see he has not uploaded in a month, but I mean he wasn't doing too well anyways. I mean, it wasn't like his channel was like going gangbusters or some shit. I mean, I don't think it ever really was. But that's kind of weird. I mean, it's not weird that he's dead. And people die all the time. Yes, he learned from the Jews. Why the Jews? Away from home. It looks so awful. Baba posted on Okay, so his Facebook page. Okay, let me go look there. Okay, let me go look there. For America. Facebook updated like 2 hours ago. Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
We're going.
Is it true? Could it be real? Tell me it's a lie. Some fucking stupid restaurant. I'm using Brave browser, so it does everything through fucking Australia or some shit. All right, so Wild Bill for America Facebook. Search on good old Google. Be some stupid restaurant in Australia. Okay, let's see. William Finlay. Nah, there's nothing. He's still alive. It looks like. I mean, it's posted a bunch of shit. No, they're lying. They lying. He posted some 2 hours ago. Damn. I was all excited too. I was all fucking excited. I was like, dude, Wild Bill's dead. I'll actually cover him if he's dead. No,
Yeah,
Spino,
why
I
not?
don't actually hate you. Yeah, well, let's narrate your little drama here. I don't hate you. You're just so fun to hate on. You are the perfect foil, and I thank you for it. No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's all wrong. That's all fucking wrong, boy. It was actually a work. Dude, it was a fucking total work. Look, if someone wants to pay to do a work, though, I was just curious because we had covered on DP at least. I mean, we've covered him a couple times on DFF. But we covered him so many times. So I was like, oh, he's dead? It's always kind of fun to make like the whole like, hey, he's dead content. Because he's dead. I mean, it's not going to hurt him.
All right, we're doing it live, Scotty. We are mouse control only for the rest of this show. Fuck it. We will do it live. I can do this. I can right click my way to victory. And then figure out what the fuck I'm going to do. So here's our goals for the night. I'm pretty sure we've maybe met the first goal already, but for $150, we will be reacting to TJ's Banned from Wendy's video. Apparently he makes a comment in this video that's absolutely unbelievable. I don't know.
Well, it's a comment. Actually, it is a comment he posted on the video. So if you want to spoil it for yourself, you can. But it is something that is, I mean, flies in the face of DFF's wisdom and the wisdom of this show. I mean, like, it is a crazy thing he's going to say, and it's not even true. At the end, it turns out to be false. But if we get to 150, we'll get there, and you know, we're getting closer to that. So I'm sure we're going to see that soon.
For $350 tonight, Ben Shapiro reacts. I love how reacts is all in caps because that's how you have to get these Zoomers fucking attention these days. If it's not all in caps, they don't give a fuck about it. True. Ben Shapiro reacts to that J Christ video by Lil Nas X that he's trolling all of Christendom with. You know, I gotta see what Benny boy. I mean, at the very least, I get to ogle Ben Shapiro. One of my
That's true. Yeah.
One of my favorite little twinks out there. For $500, which I think is cheap for given what we're gonna do, we are going to watch Roseanne Barr shorts until we literally start puking up blood.
That sounds horrible.
For $750, Florida man does whatever a Florida can. What's he up to? You'll know. We're going to take a look at the exploits of Florida man again. Hey, Paul, you can use an on-screen keyboard. I know. I don't think I need it. I had everything set up the way it needed to do, and all I've got to do is click, which I'm hoping works. Let me just check this.
Hopefully.
Again. No. Fucking son of a bitch. When I click on a tab, it auto closes it. And that's going to be the problem tonight of all problems.
Oh,
so maybe I'll just have to close tabs as I'm done with them, but I can't do that with this one.
Yeah, this one's our goals one.
Yeah, I have to move this up. No, I clicked on. Okay, well, whatever. I'll reopen it when we need it. So yeah,
Bowen.
Here's our first news story of the night. Let me turn my camera back on because that didn't get fucking soaked. We're fine. Yeah, this keyboard shit is. This is a whole other thing, but we'll figure it out. Alec Baldwin, beat the rap or whatever, I guess, a while back. We covered that, right?
But not for long.
Back under the gun again, no pun intended.
Some breaking news. Actor Alec
Did you hear any of this?
Yes, I can hear it.
Okay.
So G-Man Master Stupidity broke up. TJ banned from DFF. Yes. We know the keyboard, and YouTube refused to let me send fuck God, hail Satan, so I send this message to get away with it.
Choppy video. I mean, we're just going to have to deal with choppy video. I mean, the video doesn't really matter. Just listen to what they say.
Mexico grand jury on charges connected to the 2021 deadly.
Yeah, I don't. Everything's acting a little haywire.
On the
There
set
we
of
go.
the movie
Okay.
Rust.
And that's according to Santa Fe County.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Come
You
on,
gotta-
boy.
All right. Well, whatever. Fuck it. No video for now. We'll do it live. Alec Baldwin has been indicted on 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter because he shot the director of photography on the set of his film Rust, and he oversaw what we learned to be a really unsafe work environment and all of that shit.
Did you read or hear about the FBI report?
So,
Because the original gun, was actually broken during the investigation. The FBI, like a forensic team, literally put it back together.
Right.
And when they looked into it, they said there's no way the gun was fired unless the trigger was pulled or depressed, and it had to be done like significantly. They pretty much stated emphatically that Alec Baldwin is lying. Like, there's no possible like look, we all know he was, but his claim that basically the gun went off was just like, no. There's a whole report on it you can go read, but it's basically impossible. Like, Alec Baldwin, unfortunately, killed this person. I don't think he meant to do it intentionally, but I would say him being indicted for involuntary manslaughter is probably the right criminal charge he should face.
Mexico court documents, Baldwin is charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Now, those charges were dropped against Baldwin last year. You'll remember cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed and director Joel Souza was injured when Baldwin fired a gun with a live round during a scene rehearsal on the set of that film. And that case has some connection to our area. Hutchins was a former student at USC Upstate and also interned at the local ETV station.
right. There we go.
Is it legal for him to include that scene in the
Alec
final
Baldwin.
cut? What was rehearsal? So they might have filmed it, but it's not gonna. Oh, good.
Yeah, no. Sorry. I don't know. I think I might be experiencing some lag or whatever the fuck. I'm trying my best.
Do you want me to try to pull it
over here?
I mean, because I can probably pull this up.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's see how it goes with the next story. It seems pretty intermittent, and there's a few videos later I might have, but things might clear up then. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, we'll just see. No big deal.
Close this one. This one doesn't really. Oh, I guess it does have a video component that we could look at. But a dog saved a Philadelphia neighborhood from a potentially explosive gas leak. Good boy, puppy dog. He found Kobe the husky, according to a viral Instagram video published by his owner. I guess this is it here, so I guess we can take a look at it and see what's what. See if it'll work.
Story time about how my dog saved the block before Christmas. Listen, he kept digging holes in the yard. I didn't think anything of it, but then again, I was like, this is not like him. Had a gas leak in the house prior to this, like earlier in the month. I was having some issues with my heater, got a gas reader, checked the house, nothing in the house. Checked outside when he did it again on the 21st, and I said, you know what, let me check the hole. Checked the hole, was gas. They worked nonstop for 3 days, fixed everything up, and for them to say that a light switch could have blew up the whole house was just really, really, really mind-blowing.
Oh man, they're so fucking lucky.
Yeah, I mean, that is super lucky.
We've covered stories like this where stuff like this happens. There's a gas leak and it just builds and builds underground, and then something like a spark or someone flipping a light switch on, and 3 houses just go suddenly because you have all this like built up gas, and it's like boom. You suddenly put a match to it, and just everything fucking explodes. So that dog is awesome and kind of crazy. It's just like the dog knew something was going on. It's just like obviously it doesn't know what's going on. But it's always nice when stuff like that happens. Because like a lot of times like the world is pretty shitty, and that they all just would have been dead, if they had been home. Obviously maybe it would have gone off at a time, but where people were not home. But if not, I mean she probably very well would have been killed.
Not just her. I mean, if
the dog too, yeah.
Well, I mean, like other neighbors too. You saw how close those other houses were and shit. That could have
Yeah.
made a big old gas pocket and killed somebody's kids out on their lawn. I mean, it's no joke. So good boy, puppy dog. Good
Give this dog
doggy.
a fucking medal.
Yeah, give him a bone at least, but give him a medal too. And
Dog
give
should take
him
good for us. Yeah.
belly rubs. He deserves belly rubs. That's a good boy.
Whereas Emperor Ghidorah, I think you scared him away.
Yeah.
I think you scared him off. Didn't we ban Emperor Ghidorah? No, we've banned him before and he came back. Who
Yeah,
knows?
there's no banning Emperor Ghidorah. He's like fucking herpes. You can treat it, like spot treat it, but you got it forever.
That's true.
Bill Maher debates Seth MacFarlane on the virus vaccine. I have no idea what is going
It's
on
a
in this clip.
virus.
We'll take a look.
Had the disease, you still had to get a vaccine. That's powerful, stupid. They don't do that in Europe.
They do that here. There's mandatory vaccination in schools.
Right, but if you already had the disease, you have natural immunity. We didn't seem we didn't seem to believe in that.
That was
here.
debunked, though. I mean, that's
not debunked.
Don't you know people who've had COVID 4 or 5 times? I do. That's not natural immunity. There's no immunity there. You've had COVID 5 times.
That's like saying you have
Probably
immunity to
because
the cold,
vaccine.
like the common cold.
Not all diseases are the
coronavirus.
same. That is true for certain diseases. So, for
You'll
example,
have it for a time. You'll have
Yeah.
with COVID. You have it for a time, but then there's variants, and you'll still get sick. That's part
now,
of it.
like in my time, chicken pox was still a thing. Now it's virtually eradicated, although it's making a comeback in areas where there's lots of anti-vax bullshit going on.
Sure.
But parents in my time, and I went to one of they used to have what they called chicken pox parties, because chicken pox was seen as a disease when I was young that you were going to get, and it was way better to get it as a kid. It was a way harder disease to cope with as an adult, and so the prevailing medical wisdom was get your kid infected with it early, because once you've had it, you don't get it again. That is true of some diseases.
Sure.
It's not true of others. So, for example, influenza. Influenza is a disease that people don't have a natural immunity to, which is why it's back. Not only that, but it always mutates. And so any immunity that you may have built up to one strain of the flu doesn't necessarily protect you from another strain, because the virus is mutated and found ways around any natural immunity that your body might have built up. See, the problem with this is that I'm a college dropout nobody, and I know all of this shit because I read a couple books and I listened in class a couple of times maybe, and Bill Maher is sitting here with a multi-million-dollar fucking contract, and it's his job to inject wisdom and insight into conversations. And this motherfucker is playing dumb on this shit. His generation, he's in basically the same generation as my mom. His generation was mass inoculated.
They're the highest group.
Yeah.
They're
tuberculosis.
Like, people 60 above. They were like, I mean, they got everything. My mom and my dad would talk about people have marks on their arms where they had those pressure shots where people they would vaccinate kids at schools. That's how my mom got vaccinated back in the day. It was that uncontroversial, and she grew up in Oregon. So keep in mind, this is a place where alternative medicine thrives. But it was like, you get vaccinated to protect yourself against these diseases because it was so recent in people's memories.
Yeah,
horrible things like measles and whooping cough and mumps and rubella.
Yeah.
Like all these diseases. Polio. I mean, polio was a big thing for people. People don't realize 50 years ago, 70 years ago.
Yeah, take some shit like polio. What happened with polio and why people there was no anti-vax movement to speak of when it came to polio was because polio was a horrible disease that literally crippled children. Yep. It affected children almost exclusively. And it took what were normally vibrant, running around their whole life ahead of them children and turned them into quadriplegics. And nobody questioned shit. And I can guarantee you, if Bill Maher were to pull down his sleeve on his right or left arm, he would have the same scar that my mom does. The fucking polio vaccine was horrible. They had to puncture you with this circular pad that was covered in needles, and it leaves a pretty gnarly scar. Everybody from his generation has it. I guarantee you he does. So this him playing dumb on vaccines when his generation was the greatest beneficiary of vaccination in human history.
If Bill had been born 10 or 15 years earlier, he would have been a candidate for someone to get polio. Taylor's grandma is 75.
Or die of tuberculosis,
Dude,
or high
75
fever with rubella, or scarlet fever.
And I remember I first met Taylor's grandma on her mom's side, and I was like, and she like walked. I'm like, oh, she's old, and Taylor's like, no, she had polio. And I was like, what? She's like, my grandma had polio, and I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, because I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe someone like that I knew was living that had been affected. Like, because to me, like polio, like that was like eradicated, but poor communities, poor people would still get it. I mean, for years after the vaccine even came out, because it took a while for it to become available to everyone in the U.S. and around the world, which is, I mean, it still exists, unfortunately. The only disease that I think ever has actually been officially eradicated is smallpox. But like, people don't realize this shit. And like, and then you're seeing stuff like whooping cough and other diseases coming back where people are not vaccinating their children or themselves.
Yep.
It's like, this is crazy.
My mom caught whooping cough. She was volunteering at her church, doing a bunch of stuff with like the little kids while the church was going on, like having like a school or whatever.
I got my headphones on. I'm gonna grab some crane. I'll be right back.
There were a bunch of anti-vaxxer fucking parents there, and she ended up with whooping cough, and she's never been the same since she got it. Like, she is way more prone to just coughs in general now. She's constantly got like phlegm in her lungs and stuff, so it fucked her up, like royally fucked her up. So none of this stuff is a joke. Bill Maher's old fucking rubbery ass sitting here pretending like he doesn't understand vaccines all of the sudden is fucking ludicrous. The fact that Seth MacFarlane is the voice of fucking reason in this is ludicrous. This whole clip makes me want to fucking turn off the internet. It makes me want to get another cup of water and spill it all over my fucking modem and fucking router and shit. And just be like, all right, that's the era of the internet is over for me, I guess. This is fucking, I don't know what it is about this fucking clip, but this is the one.
It's because it's so stupid. It's like such a stupid position to take for someone as educated as Bill. And it's like the thing. It's like, vaccines are not a perfect solution. They're a solution that comes with flaws. There's our downsides of vaccines. But the thing is that, when you're debating these ideas, it's like, well, what's the position you don't vaccinate? It's like you open yourself up to all these horrible diseases that are totally preventable. I mean, that doesn't mean obviously vaccines are not 100%. There's not 100% efficacy.
Another point that you could bring up with this is like vaccines are so much less invasive and so much more effective than they were during Bill's time. And his parents were willing to line their kids up to literally take scars for life with these early vaccine methods rather than have them die of polio. And now here's Bill shrugging his way through a fucking vaccine argument like he's never fucking heard biology in his life.
Well, Bill's always been wrong about this. That's one of those issues that even when I was a fan of Bill Maher, like back in the early 2000s, like right when we started getting into real time and politically incorrect stuff, like in that era of Bill Maher, like he always kind of had these beliefs. It was like Bill Maher's always been kind of wacky about health stuff, where it's like, he tells you crazy things about your diet, but it was always like kind of a mistrust of modern medicine. And I mean, I understand there's some skepticism in some parts of it, and I understand that. And sometimes it's justified, but I don't think vaccines are really a good case. They're actually one of the worst cases. When it's to me, because that's the biggest failure. Like, you know what the failures of the medical system? Human error. Like giving people the wrong drugs, killing people by giving them unnecessary procedures for profit. Like, there's a whole list of problems with the medical industry. But scientists creating vaccines, to me, is not one of them. Like, that's to me is like an amazing thing when you think about it. When you talk about the COVID-19 vaccine, like how quickly it was developed. I knew people were doing research on coronaviruses because they're a very common virus. So I understand that there was, luck and a head start, but like for the fact that we had that so quickly, and then people complain about like myocarditis and they go, oh man, well, people have this, like, if that's a symptom, that's true. which I don't know if it is. I'm not a certain to even really know. I'm not a scientist, but the point is that millions of people died from COVID. So if it's like there's a way to protect you that's viable, you seriously consider it. Unless there's a very good extenuating circumstance, like you have a very compromised immune system, or there's some mitigating factor to make it super dangerous for you to take it. That I understand. But the thing is, those people who are vulnerable, the people that benefit the most from the community having these things, because if you don't vaccinate enough people, it doesn't work as well. You need herd immunity. It's part of how it works. You need enough people to take them.
It's the people who are immunocompromised, so very young children, old people like Bill, like people that it's the most vulnerable in society that suffer when society doesn't mass adopt vaccination. And so Bill is just a piece of shit. I don't know. Let's listen to a little more of the back and forth.
I didn't have COVID.
Did the vaccine gave you COVID?
Well, that's certainly nothing unscientific about the fact that the vaccine, which does weaken you in order to strengthen you.
Says do all vaccines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But while you're in a weakened state, yes, that's why so many people like me got it, did not have it while the thing was raging, and I was taking zero precautions because I was never that afraid of it.
But that's anecdotal. Like I've had every booster there is to
anecdotal
have.
That. Yeah.
And I have never had COVID.
It's anecdotal, but
I got a flu shot once a year. I haven't had the flu.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not like, look, when you're talking about a scientific process, your anecdote, the reason it doesn't count, Bill, is because that's just your own personal experience. That's fine.
Right.
You can bring it up in a discussion. I have no problem with people bringing up anecdotes or talking about their life or whatever, saying this is why I don't think I should take it. But I think Seth MacFarlane's pushback is because Bill Maher has influence. You know, he's not just saying this to the void where it's like these two are having a discussion about vaccines. Bill is actually espousing anti-vax position. He's an anti-vaxxer, clearly.
Bill has a completely and utterly uneducated knowledge of how viruses work. Like people like Bill Maher, I feel like they have like a blockbuster movie vision of what a virus is. So they watched all these movies where somebody
like
gets
Outbreak
sick
or something.
Yeah, somebody gets sick, and then suddenly the whole planet is sick, and blah 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 blah. And they think that's how a virus works. That's not how a virus works. The most insidious thing about a virus are ones that have like a medium kill rate, because if it kills immediately, it doesn't spread beyond the local area where it broke out, and it's a very unsuccessful virus.
It'll be endemic. It'll be stuck in like Ebola was for so many years. It was like because it killed so many people so quickly. And obviously the transfusion was like people bleeding out of all their orifices. So it's like much easier to say, hey, this guy's got Ebola. Right. Whereas with COVID, people could be coughing and could they have a cold?
So
are they just coughing?
Bill going like, I never had COVID. You don't know that you didn't have COVID. There were tons of people that had it that were pretty much asymptomatic. And you said, I took no precautions. Like that's a big brag or some shit. So
didn't Bill live in LA? That's not true.
Yeah, I mean, he shut his whole show down, so I guess that's fucking bullshit too. But I guess he's talking personally.
Dude, when COVID was going on, we all went to LA, and like they put a mask mandate back. We walked into a game shop, and they're like, "You got to put a mask on. You got to leave."
Yeah,
that was it. I mean, obviously, I guess we could have been like, "Fuck you, we won't do it." But there's no way Bill, being a Santa Monica or wherever the fuck he lives, some Richie enclave in LA, was those places everyone had to follow those rules.
He probably had people he could send to go get him shit. He probably
I'm sure he did. But
but it sounds like Bill, let's just say that he did. Let's say he took no precautions or whatever.
He did.
Well, what he's admitting he did then, with our understanding of fucking how pandemics work, is he probably an asymptomatic carrier of the virus, spread it to a bunch of people, and who knows how many people were directly vectored to him that got real sick or died. So fuck you dumb, and you got no excuse for this, Bill. You had an American education that at a time when public education wasn't a complete farce. And actually
he's gone to college. He's a college graduate too.
Right. So the fact that you've got two college dropouts, Seth MacFarlane and Paul's ego, calmly trying to explain to you how viruses work when we learned that shit in like the 6th grade is pretty fucking lame, Bill.
Flu in 20 years.
Right. Well, I haven't either, and I don't get a flu shot.
Okay, so this is all anecdotal,
right.
but you know the difference between anecdotal and statistical.
I do.
And statistically, you still have a 90% better chance of not being hospitalized, not dying if you're vaccinated.
Okay, well, but that's assuming all people are alike, and that is one of the giant
No, it
fallacies in your
doesn't.
way of thinking.
What?
Not all.
No,
Yeah.
it does. Oh man, Bill Maher doesn't
No,
know a fucking thing, dude.
you saying I never caught COVID and I never fucking took any precautions and nothing happened to me is you assuming that everybody is alike you. You're assuming that
any
your
study-
anecdotal personal experience with this is what everybody else experienced.
You don't
And
think
the
studies
evidence
control for
against that is
variables?
right in your face. The death count is in, dude. Over 1 million people in this country dead because of dumbasses like you that couldn't just go down and take a shot in the arm. A shot, which, by the way, in your day would have involved leaving a big mangly scar on you, and it's now just a fucking little pinprick. You bunch of pussies.
Man, I'll tell you. Bill is he's so out of line. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Like this bill, this bill is sad. Well, I'll tell you why it's sad. Because that's not what these if you look at these studies that Seth MacFarlane is essentially citing, which is the efficacy of these vaccines. And there's been multiple studies done about this, obviously, because an issue of massive public interest. It's a worldwide pandemic that affected billions of people. So obviously there's a huge interest in how effective these tools were, and they were massively effective. Now, obviously, different vaccines had different levels of effectiveness, but you don't think it was just like, okay, let's take one white male that weighs this. Like, no, the studies controlled for a lot of different variables and different types of people. And obviously some groups fared better than others, but Bill's group was one of the groups that was vaccinated the most and was also the most at risk. So for him to say he shouldn't take the vaccine is just, I mean, now Bill's able to probably afford the best health care, and he's obviously able to insulate himself. Like, you're right, Paul. I mean, Bill Maher does never have to. He has got so much money, he'd never have to leave his house again.
He doesn't have to go down to the fucking Santa Monica Walmart or whatever and buy things for himself.
Yeah, he's got a person that does that. Bill's got people that do this shit for him, so he can sit back cozy in his armchair and say, "Well, you know what? Here's all this bullshit about vaccines," and it's like it's just not true. And Seth MacFarlane's point out, look, you can have that opinion, but it's not scientific and it's not correct and it's not valid in any way. But you can believe it. I mean, you can believe complete nonsense. Like if we talk about religion, Bill Maher would easily dismiss, religion's bullshit. There's no good reason to believe it. But then be presented with something that has the massive levels of evidence, more evidence that Bill could even understand. That, I mean, obviously we're not scientists. We can't understand it either. I mean, obviously we can understand in rudimentary terms, but we understand why these are tools and why the mRNA vaccine for COVID-19 was so effective, because we see the amount of people that were dying. And then we had a vaccine and way less people got sick and way less people died. Does that mean everyone didn't? No, there's still people that got vaccinated. Meatloaf, for example, he was double vaccinated and he still died.
Right.
You know, there's plenty of famous people who were vaccinated and still died. And it did happen. That doesn't mean the vaccine is perfect. But what the vaccine did was it prevented that potential, which would have been maybe millions of more people who would have died who were vulnerable that didn't.
Well, you're asking a fucking selfish piece of shit who sends people to Walmart for him to consider.
Well, probably Whole
everybody
Foods in
else's-
Bill's case. I don't think Bill's getting.
Well, whatever, you know,
Or
like
there's a
wherever
really
he needs-
richy LA store that's even more high end than Whole Foods.
Yeah,
Maybe
go to
someone should know.
Bastiani's and get me one of those French garlic
Yeah.
presses or whatever.
Yes,
you
give me
know,
one of those 30 bottles of water. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, what you got in your fucking mind, dude?
but whatever it is, you're asking a dude that's that fucking gone down the money hole where he's just insulated from fucking reality. He's got nothing but yes men around him, bobbling their heads at him. He's got little gophers that he sends to do everything that he doesn't want to do, sitting pretty, sitting high on the hog, rich as fuck. And you're asking him to consider everybody else's health, to maybe inconvenience himself slightly so that people aren't dying in the fucking streets. And he's got to sit here and pretend he's a dumbass when it comes to basic fucking biology in order to justify him sitting around and being rebellious from his fucking $10,000 Armani chair or whatever the fuck.
I don't get. See, the thing is, I mean, I get why Bill might say it, but I just don't know how I'm like, this is a position, and some people might say Bill's grifting or on this or whatever, but I don't think Bill is. I really wish he was, in a sense, because then at least I could accept that Bill understood the real risk of it. But this kind of shit, like I said, even going back in the day, like Bill always spouted this kind of stuff. Like he's always been very skeptical of modern medicine, of vaccines. Bill's very much a proponent of like a natural, like holistic sort of like if you eat right and you think, you know, you meditate and you do this kind of stuff, that'll keep you healthier. And I'm not saying those things don't work. I mean, obviously, if you exercise and eat healthy, that's probably going to be better for your overall health. But let's say you get cancer or something, you can't just say, well, I have a vegan diet now, so now I'm going to cure my cancer. You know, people have tried stuff like that. There's people have approached those stuff that way in non-scientific ways, and they've died. It's not a good way. There's certain things that lifestyle changes can help you. That is true. But if there's certain diseases you get, lifestyle change could not help you. You have to treat the disease. So that's, I think, where Bill's just totally off base and wrong.
Yeah, it's
Meatloaf did die. I know people. Every time I bring up Meatloaf died, people are like, "Meatloaf's dead." Dude, me and Taylor had that conversation. Paul, we all went to Vegas, and she's like, "No, Meatloaf's playing in Las Vegas. I saw that on a billboard." I'm like, "If you did, then I don't know, man. I don't know because he died a couple years back. Some of us covering it on the show. Like he's dead. He's no longer alive."
Yeah, poor Meatloaf. Poor Meatloaf.
Steve Jobs tried it's called the fruitarian. He ate only apples, which interestingly enough, he caused him to have these ultra high, I think like pancreas levels and kidney levels. And then when it was, what's his name? Ashton Kutcher was like, I'm going to eat a fruitarian diet like Steve Jobs did too. And he had the same thing happen to him. He had the same, so his body just going like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you eating fruit? Like, you're going to eat some other shit. Eat some vegetables. Eat some other stuff. Hopefully Ted Nugget follows suit. No, he's a piece of shit. He'll live fucking 20 more years.
Home sales, shocking, dropped to the lowest level in 28 years last year. You know, this crazy thing used to happen when demand for homes was low and there were a lot of houses sitting on the market. This crazy thing used to happen. The prices of houses used to go down. This crazy fucking thing. And then it became more attractive for people to buy the houses, more attainable. And then people bought the houses and there wasn't a bunch of empty housing sitting on the market. It's crazy how that used to work.
Yeah, when people actually bought houses, not oh shit, I can hear myself again, Paul.
All right. That's just gonna I'll just have to unshare and reshare every time that happens.
That sucks. But no, I know you're right. Like it's because like growing up in the 80s and 90s, you more the 80s, but me the 90s, like housing was bought by people. It was bought by like, and I'm not saying people didn't flip houses or didn't make investments. Like, of course people did. But by and large, it was not a bunch of private real estate holding companies or hedge funds or venture capital fucking companies. It wasn't just these financial companies that basically exist just to make money, like basically buy low, sell high, or just take the value out of something, squeeze it as much as possible, fire as many people as possible, and basically just try to increase your profits. Those people didn't really own, to my knowledge, a bunch of housing. Now they do. Yeah. Well, housing now, it's really, Americans have a really strange relationship with their house. Because if you talk to most Americans about housing, not all, but most, it is looked as like someone said, an investment tool. It's like, well, is the value going to go up in the house? What's going to happen with the house? And it's like, so we have this really weird way of thinking about housing. And obviously, when you see the reason why now it's not going well is because it doesn't look like a solid investment. The prices are too high. The interest rate is too high. So unless you can afford, you have all the money in the world to buy a house in cash, you're going, why would I buy a house right now? There's less inventory, less choice, and it's costs more money than it did a couple years ago. Because people that bought a couple years ago, like Taylor's parents bought their house, and I asked her dad like what the interest rate was. He's like 2.25%. And I was like, but here's the thing. Yeah, it's ridiculously good. But here's the problem. He sells that. Where's he going to buy a house for that rate? Now he has to pay 8%? Fuck that. Who's going to agree to that? That seems like a shit fucking deal is what that seems like. So that's kind of your dilemma with the housing market is even people who want to sell their house look at it like, fuck, if I try to do this right now, yeah, I can ask for more money, but the interest rate's so fucking high. So unless you have the money to actually buy a house in cash, it's just not worth it to a lot of people. Because I mean,
Yeah.
the interest rate, if you're looking at 8%, I mean, when you're talking about a mortgage, that's a huge amount of money. That's a massive fucking sum of money, more than 4 or 5%.
Yes. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this. It's got people like me considering alternative ways of attaining this type of arrangement. Like I'm seriously looking into the fucking, getting a big fucking motorhome and just kind of traveling the country, doing the digital nomad kind of lifestyle. And I really probably wouldn't even be considering that if I could find a reasonable home at a reasonable price, But
oh yeah, if there was like, you looked at an area near you, let's say like, I know an area you really love is like Pismo. And you know what? Maybe you saw a house and it's like the house is $350,000 or something. You'd be like,
oh God,
fuck.
I would snatch that up quicker than a fucking rabbit gets fucked, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you would of course, like that would be something that would appeal to you. Or if there was some way that you could live in housing that was subsidized, and it was like, okay, you know what? Now I can afford to live in an area I really like. But then you look at the prices there. Well, if you don't know the prices there, like what I just said, maybe there is a fucking shack that someone has.
You can't even get a shack for $350 in fucking Pismo proper.
Yeah.
Like it's over $1 million.
On the outskirts of Pismo, maybe there's a mountain shack that you can get.
It's $1 million buy-in if you want to live in that fucking town. If you want to live in that area with a vision, with a view of the ocean or walking distance from the ocean or whatever, it's $1 million price tag plus. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, even with the VA home loan I applied for, it's still not enough to buy a decent house where I reside. Yep. If you live in a high cost of living area, I mean, they might be able to get a loan, but you're looking at like, oh, it's $800,000 for this, shack, and you're like, how can I do it? I mean, like, even if I did it, even if I spent that amount of money for a house, which people will do, they'll spend half of their income or more to get a house, and it's like, you just feel that the only thing that is like, if that house loses its value, where are you left? I mean, you're left fucked. So people look at it like an investment now. So there's no real. I just don't think people look at it as a home. I mean, a lot of people. So I mean, I get your idea. I mean, honestly, people do too, and I don't think you could do this one. Obviously, the nature of the show, like people live on fucking cruise ships. People do. There's all kinds of alternative things people are doing now.
I mean, I bet I fucking could, dude. Like honestly, they've got fucking internet and shit on those cruise ships. I could probably find a way to do the show. Not that I would want to live on a fucking, but yeah, I mean, people are starting to look at this alternative kind of travel-based lifestyle because settling down in a place doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh yeah. So, and I mean, dude, and the thing is too, it's like, people will say stuff, I'm sure, if you said that to him, like, oh, well, if it's like, what about a roof over your head? It's like, if Paul wants a roof over his fucking head, he could easily go. There's an app called Airbnb. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, what's the since when is a big giant fucking diesel motorhome not a roof? Like that's a roof.
I'm just saying, people are. I mean, like this to me, like, I don't, dude, I say people should live their life. I mean, within reason. Obviously, if you said like you wanted to like murder puppy dogs and kittens, I'm like, well, Paul, no. I think I'm gonna try to stop you, but you live in an RV. I mean, if that's what makes you happy, I mean, you should fucking 100% do it. Now, obviously, it's a huge decision, so I'm sure you're not gonna fucking make that lightly. But I mean, the point is I get where you're coming from because you're looking at around you and you're like, even if I want to buy a house here, I'm gonna be stuck with this. It's gonna break my back every month to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not for sure doing it, but it's something I'm thinking about because of this very thing. I'm of the age where, and I'm not looking, the whole Pismo analogy is great, but dude, don't think my sights are that high. I'm not saying,
no.
Man, I wish just housing was affordable across. No, I'm willing to be like, okay, you got to pay way more to live in this nice little secluded kind of beach town or what. I get it. Like I was looking at fucking places in my old hometown, shit boxes and fucking this, that, and the other thing. And they just want an absurd amount of the buy-in is too high for what you're getting.
So, no, I totally agree with you.
And I've looked at different fucking areas and it looks like to get something in my range, I would literally like have to live in just horrible conditions or be a carpenter, that's going to basically gut the house and rebuild it or whatever. I'm just not in that. So what do? Well, I drive by all these nice fucking multifamily homes that are sitting empty, and I'm now thinking about getting a fucking RV. Fuck it.
I don't blame him.
Midwife fined $300,000 for falsifying the vaccine records of hundreds of school-aged children. Some more anti-vax bullshit. Nassau County midwife was issued a $300,000 fine for creating false immunization records for approximately 1,500 school-aged children throughout New York State.
See,
okay,
I'll tell you what, dude. I'll tell you what. When I hear the shit like this is a time where it's like it makes me feel the same way I hear when a company like poison, people's water or some shit, or dump sludge or something like, and it's like they're going to be fined millions of dollars. Anyone that lied about this and put their entire community in danger belongs in fucking jail. And I'm not even a person that's like big on put people in jail, lock them up, and throw away the key. Fuck this fine, dude. I don't want them fined a fucking cent. Make them fucking spend 1,500 fucking days in goddamn jail for every fucking lie they told and every fucking person we can't even count how many people they exposed to disease because of this horrible decision. I'm sure their parents knew. I'm sure that was done probably with their cooperation. And each one of them should be fucked too.
Yeah, the parents should be fucked too. It's just it's endangering your own children, which there are laws against. It's also endangering the public, which there are also laws against.
And lying about it.
Yeah. Jeanette Breen, a licensed midwife who operated Baldwin Midwifery, supplied children with a series of homeopathic oral pellets instead of required vaccinations.
Garbage.
And then falsified their immunization records. So yeah, this was just a scheme for anti-vax parents to go in and get around having to give their children a vaccine. Probably led to a bunch of people dying that didn't need to. I totally fucking agree. This type of crime should be way more heavily prosecuted than it is. I mean, you really need to incentivize people not to be fucking scumfucks on this.
I mean, the danger just being that they lied. When you lie about an issue like that, it just affects so many people besides yourself, and I think that's really the big issue with it, is that it always boils down to, when you hear the discussion, is like, well, I'm choosing not to do it. It's, which oddly enough, it's my body, my choice, which, in other cases, we're against that. But in this one, it's about total autonomy and making your own health decisions. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't work like that. It's not just only affecting them. If it was like only people that are not vaccinated got these diseases and everyone else was fine, like, I don't think anyone would even care. I'd be like, okay, if it's just them and they want to be idiots, they want to win a Darwin Award, like, let them do it. But and that's how
I honestly am with you on that. But if it didn't affect everybody else,
yeah. But the truth is, it doesn't.
Right. The truth is that in order for a vaccine to be effective, people have to adopt it. It has to be widely adopted in society.
So it's a disingenuous position.
You not being willing to inconvenience yourself for 5 fucking minutes to save the world, like, it's just not high on my list of shit. Not high on my list of freedoms to protect in a world where they're precious few.
Dude, I'm all for it. Give them fucking Texas, dude. I would love to see the shit show it become.
Yeah, I mean, in order to do that, though, for them, because like we would have to seal the borders with these places. There would have to be, because honestly, if we just allowed Texans to continue to fucking tour all over the United States with their unvaccinated asses, then they're going to start out.
No, dude. They get to the border of America and it's like, oh, yes, are you vaccinated? I sure ain't. Well, back the way you came. Like, go back to Texas.
Yep. But then there would be all kinds of schemes like this down in Texas, where Baldwin Midwifery would sell your kid some fucking horse pellet and then falsify a record, and then they'd be up here, like it would have to be draconian in order for it to work. For this issue, anyway. Economically and geopolitically and stuff, I'm all for a national divorce. I think it's a long time coming, honestly. I think maybe we ought to have considered it in the wake of the fucking Civil War. Like, after we emancipated the slaves and shit. Because if we weren't going to go all the way through with fucking Reconstruction, then what was the point of hanging on to these fucking pieces of shit?
It just shows how much politics changes year by year. Because, I mean, afterwards, after the South lost, it was like, nope, this is going to be the harshest shit possible on you guys. We're going to fucking rebuild the South. We're going to rebuild it correctly, though. I mean, the Southern states always had, they had influence going back to the foundation of America. That's why they have the Electoral College to begin with, because it gave Southern states more sway in the fact that they actually had more power when someone was elected president.
Yeah.
And obviously, slavery was a huge issue back then too. It was like, wait a minute, we have all this property, which were people. Let's be honest. You have all these people that we want to keep working for us, and if we, abolish this, I mean, and obviously we know what that led, the Civil War and everything else. But no, I agree with you. Ultimately, it's like, why do we stop halfway short? And the reason is because the Republicans lost an election. Technically, the Democrats were like, look, if you guys just end Reconstruction, you know what? We'll let the Republican candidate be president. So they went along with it.
Yeah, it's a mess, and we started the job. Honestly, we did we started what needed to be done in order for the southern states to remain a productive part of the United States of America. We started to root out these pockets of corruption and governmental institutions that were inherently racist and based on the slave trade. We started rooting out these fucking bad actors and these fucking evil KKK pieces of shit. And we put muscle on the streets to match their fucking bullshit and told them, like, this is your last generation of existence. You're being integrated. You're not going to treat people like animals anymore. And then we just fucking pulled the plug on it like halfway through, and we cut out some of the cancer, but we left a bunch of tumors in, and now the fucking South is a nightmare. And it's clearly an like, dude, maybe this is like a privileged California position to take or whatever, but it's clearly an anchor around the neck of more progressive states. Like, our tax fucking dollars are heavily subsidizing these low tax states and shit. And subsidizing them for what? So that they can be draconian, anti-trans, anti-abortion shitholes, with implicit racism just woven into their shit, still flying the rebel flag after all these fucking years. Give me a break, dude. Like, at what point does the United States take a long look at this and go like, why are we carrying this fucking southern albatross around our neck?
By the way, though, the South is the fastest growing part of America. Did you know that?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's
I'm not shocked.
so the South is only getting more powerful, which is kind of interesting. As more and more power in the government than it did before. I mean, you can even see that with Mike Johnson as the Speaker of the House. He's from Louisiana, and it's like, you're like, what the fuck? Why would that? I mean, Louisiana is a small state. It's got like 4 million people. It's not growing. People leave the state in droves because it fucking sucks. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Why does that have influence? And here's my theory, because Louisiana is probably the most fucking corrupt state in America. I mean, if it's not, it's right there at it's fighting for top spot.
It's in the running for sure.
And it's anyone from the state there's a politician on a national level is about as corrupt as they come.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, but the thing is, when you're talking about the whole Reconstruction thing, I just feel like if it had happened, we would have had that. We would have had a better vision. But it's America. Money was always going to win out in the end, and money eventually was like, you know what, we don't need all this stuff. Which is really the decision. Is like, look, we want to keep exploiting people as hard as we can. Not saying the North people weren't being exploited. I mean, obviously there was labor unions fighting. We had massive battles in the 1880s, and it's still rages today for labor rights. But just in the South, it was kind of crazy. Like black people got elected to legislatures for the first time. There was just a lot more was happening, and a lot more good could have been done. And obviously now we have some of the most regressive systems in the world in the South. I mean, the incarceration rates in the South are like the highest in the world.
The Nazi movement has taken root again, like in a really big way. These Nazi right-wing Christo nationalist militias are at an all-time high in terms of membership and shit, and a lot of that is southern states. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't chapters in non-southern states, but
sure, of course,
that energy is radiating out of the fucking South, as it always does. And it's just, it's one of those things where, well, I don't see the fucking wisdom in going forward. Things have gotten so divided in this country now that every fucking major election is a horse race. And I don't think that a Republic can withstand that type of internal pressure. Cycle upon cycle upon cycle, the cracks are showing big time. And we got to start having some hard fucking discussions about like what the future of this land that we all share is. What's the most equitable way to do this? Because I don't think that like staying together and just like, you see how Congress is gridlock, you know what I mean? By design, by the way, because nobody
Sure.
everybody that's in Congress is a rich fuck, and they want the status quo to stay the same. So they're perfectly happy to sit mired
they're
in
like,
fucking partisan gridlock.
It's like, they're like the fucking guy that's stuck in the mud. Like the wheels have to keep spinning. It looks like you're trying to get out of it, and you just never quite do. And even if you do get out of it, you just get to the next mud hole. You know what I mean? It's like, we got out of that. Oh no.
And they're keeping us
again.
like, ultimately, Trump is a symptom of the political class desperately trying to keep a waning public interest aflame. And it's one of the most destructive fucking things that they could do. They've turned what used to be dinner table conversations into family destroying fucking life issues that everybody's screaming at each other about. They've been incredibly divisive and incredibly destructive to just the idea of unity as a country. I just don't think we can keep going like this. I think we're sitting on our hands and waiting for some kind of fucking, look, Donald Trump attempted coup. Like, as much as I think that doesn't necessarily mean that democracy is over should he win against Joe Biden, doesn't mean that I don't see the writing on the wall. That's an escalation of the power of these fucking white nationalist militias and shit. And they've shown, hey, we're willing to make a play. We're willing to maybe even fucking try and shoot some fucking politicians and shit.
Well,
that's a big deal. And
so Trump wins, and like people are all worried, like, oh my god, it's gonna be chaos. But the thing is that it'll be the opposite. And I'll tell you why. Because all those people will be happy. All those people. Up now the left, obviously, there's gonna be a massive protest there. But Trump will be like, look, all is well, all is calm, it's all good because I'm the president now. So suddenly you'll see a bunch of people going, the country's now in the right direction. All these people that are whining a minute ago, the country's going to get righted. Trump's going to be tough on the border. Trump's going to do all this stuff. So people actually will see the opposite. Now, where the shit really hits the fan, I think it's way more. If you're talking about like, let's see what the shit's going to pop off. If Joe Biden wins, Joe Biden will definitely be like, oh, this is going to be bad. Like, is it January 6th all over again? We don't know. We don't know. That's the way. Because if Trump wins, I don't see that happen. I don't see a bunch of leftists storming the Capitol and saying, "Hey, we're stopping Trump. We're gonna fucking take Trump out. We're gonna stop Trump somehow."
We leftists are too busy arguing with each other to do anything about that. For sure.
Yeah,
we're definitely not going to be storming any capitals anytime soon. Not in the absolute state that the left is in now.
No, 1861 all over again. People have talked rhetoric. I'm not saying it's impossible. Civil war is definitely a possibility in America. Who the fuck knows, though?
Some more deep corrupted society news. Biden trying to do something that I consider to be ostensibly good for consumers.
Yeah, I agree.
Trying to cap these overdraft fees that just are basically part of what I have heard called the poverty vortex.
Wait, this is so basically hand the country to MAGA to placate them? No.
Nobody said that, dumb
You're
fuck.
a moron. You're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if Trump wins, they will be placated. I'm not saying I want Trump to win.
Yeah, and Trump won't have to do any of the things that he's promising, just like any other fucking politician.
Why would Trump supporters be mad about him fucking winning?
If you want to see what's going to happen if Trump wins, look at what happened when Biden won. The left went back to brunch, went back to sleep, got all smug and started dunking on the fucking Republicans, and basically was asleep at the wheel for a pitiful administration. And now they're like, oh shit, Trump's back. It's going to be that same shit. The Trump fucking idiots will just sit back and gloat. Trump will keep the status quo chugging because he's bought into it just like any other fucking politician. Like, if you think Trump's fucking like got any designs on shaking up the way that money is like works, and no, Trump doesn't want to be no dictator and shit.
None of us even want Donald Trump. It's not saying, hey, you know what, just to make these guys all like that was never even fucking said. Like, I just don't know how someone would come away with that. I'm saying, why would Trump supporters be mad about his reelection? No, they're pissed. God damn it, we
It's
wanted
because-
fucking Joe Biden. It's like,
honestly
what?
because of exactly what we're talking about here. People are so fucking politically divided now that if they hear something that's outside of their Overton window, they immediately fucking point at it and label it Trump. It's fucking crazy. These motherfuckers are crazy. The level of intolerance to any kind of position that has a perspective that's outside of yours is fucking ludicrous, man.
But Trump said he's literally going to be a dictator day one. What he said is that he's going to be a dictator for one day. And Trump now has said that he's not going to be a dictator, guys. So if you're worried about that, now Trump has said
if what Trump says matters, then now you guys should be fine because he said he's not going to be a dictator now.
Yeah, he said he's not.
It's
gonna
just
be
so
a dictator.
stupid.
Some town hall, he's like, I'm not.
Joe Biden said the first act of his presidency would be to get a $15 an hour federal minimum wage, and he has said peep about it since. So this idea that like politicians are immediately going to like make good on all their promises is just fucking farcical. Donald Trump didn't make good on any of his promises. I know you were
cuts for rich people.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, those are always made good on. But we're talking about I'm gonna drain the swamp. I'm gonna lock her up.
Swamp is gone.
Dude, he mucked up the swamp, and Hillary Clinton flourished under the Trump presidency, just like every other rich fuck did. So this idea that like all of a sudden Donald Trump is just going to be like the great fucking he's going to be Emperor Palpatine all of a sudden is fucking ludicrous. He's an agent of the status quo. Is he dangerous in his rhetoric and shit? Yeah. Do I think fucking Biden is too? Yeah. You know, I don't get what the fucking disconnect is here, folks.
Obama promised he would codify Roe v. Wade day one. I don't remember that, but I do remember Obama saying he's going to close Guantanamo Bay. I remember that shit. That shit's gone. No prisoners there. I mean, public option. The list goes on. I mean, politicians make empty promises. It's kind of what they do.
So yeah, the proposed rule from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau would require large banks to limit overdraft charges using a break-even standard or benchmark fee and removing an existing exemption for overdraft loans from credit regulations. The American Bankers Association argued that the proposal would make it significantly harder for banks to offer overdraft protection to customers. Right. Yeah, it would make it significantly harder for banks to continue to capitalize on poor people's fucking financial woes is what it would do.
I think the rule even said like they can still charge money, but it's like they can charge what their cost is, like $3 or something, which is
right.
Like,
yeah, they have to they have to apply a standard and keep it there, and it has to be reasonable. They can't just
$35, $50 for someone. It's like that's ridiculous.
It's something you don't hear people talk about a whole lot, but you can literally go into Hawk to the bank because you overdrafted. You had to it came down to it, and fucking the light bill needed to stay on, and you overdrafted your card and never were able to pay it in, and now you've got like this. Now your bank account is basically just a fucking high interest rate loan.
Dude, I remember I switched banks, but I did not close my other account. But I'm like, there's nothing coming out of that account, so I'm not even going to worry about it. Like the one day that was closed the account, I don't have any bills. Right, so I thought I had a fucking old gym membership that I had canceled. You know how those people are. Like you say, hey, I'm canceled, but they just keep billing you anyways because they're a gym. I don't know why gyms get away with that, but they do. So they kept billing me. So one day I'm like, I got to notice like you overdrafted this account. I'm like, it's like my bank account anymore. That's like my bank account I had 2 years ago. I go in there and this bank and the bank had allowed these charges to go through. Besides the fact I had no overdraft, should always turn that off. I'm like, I never want that. So I don't want to get fucking screwed over. So I had that turned off. And they let the charge go through every month, and they'd overdrafted me like $1,500. And I'm like, these people are out of their minds, dude. They're never gonna get $1,500 for like a year and a half or whatever, plus all the fucking fees. Because obviously, I had like $20 in the account. The first month that got knocked out, so I was in a negative balance. Then it's like, oh, $35. Up, and they billed me in $35. So like every month, without me even knowing, I was being billed almost $80 for something I canceled and didn't no longer use.
Yeah, ridiculous. So yeah, basically the bankers are throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this to stop it in the courts.
The slightest regulation. I mean, the most the most minuscule regulation. These banks like, hey, you know what? Not even like your lending practices, just like when people do go into the red, like they can only be charged a certain amount of money, and then these banks are like unconstitutional. Like we can't do it. It's like what?
Trump casually flirting with fascism, but we'll downplay that because Biden bad. But if that's your standard, Biden is open. I wouldn't even call it flirting. He's openly giving fucking head to fascism by refusing to use his significant fucking power over events in the Middle East to stop Israel from committing an ever more fucking horrible genocide. I saw pictures. I don't know if we have a story about it, but I saw pictures of Palestinian people. Just it looked like Dunkirk. They were just lined up on the beach hoping to be the first people to catch an aid package.
We asked and they said no. There you go. We asked, like, hey Israel, hey Netanyahu, yo bro, can you like stop killing all those people? And he's like, nope. And they've asked his government, they're like, hey, like, so what is the plans for drawing this down? How are we gonna, what's gonna happen next? But obviously before this, Israel had it was a mega divided fucking government. Because they were they were reforming the Supreme Court, and there was like a ton of infighting in the country. But obviously this has really played to his advantage, because obviously they've had to kind of coalesce behind the functioning government. They're like, hey, look, the country's being attacked, thousands of people were fucking killed, and we have to have this response. And I think overwhelmingly the public initially favored it, but obviously now I think the death and destruction, and obviously our very divided country, which a lot of countries are at this point, it's like, we can't necessarily sanction this.
So is Biden. Like, how is Biden not an open fascist? How is Biden continuing to support Israel? He, as much as he says, look, I asked him maybe to draw it down, but they just won't listen to it. But he sent him millions of dollars worth of weapons just like less than a month ago that Bibi Netanyahu thanked him for and said, this is going to allow us to prosecute this fucking war in perpetuity. Thank you for your support. So that's he's openly committing a fascism. So this standard that you have that Bush is somehow like, if you want to have the fascist talk, but you don't want me to mention the name Biden, I'm not going to be able to do that for you, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither.
I mean, Trump was called fascist.
Great choices. I mean, Paul, if that's most of the American people. I mean, this is even really debatable that people don't want a 2020 rerun. People don't want Trump and people don't want Biden. That's the truth. You want the truth is no one wants either of them. And if both of them flirt with fascism, fuck yeah. I don't think there's been a president that pretty much hasn't, to some degree. I mean, look, George Washington. There you go. You want a president that wasn't a fascist? There you go. 100% wasn't. Could have been the fucking king of the country. But a lot of presidents since then have not led that. If that's the example of a president, like what a president's supposed to do, which is bring people together, we have the exact opposite now. We have a Biden's campaign, which is like this massive existential threat is Donald Trump, which is why we hear you guys parroting it all the time.
Yeah,
you're following the party line, which is fine. If you want to follow that, that's up to you. And then obviously on the other side is the country is fucked. The country's going to, so it's which version of the country's going down the tubes do you want to hear? Hey, the guy on the left, he's making it crazy. He's a wacko, communist, socialist, transgender people are going to freaking molest your kids. We're going to destroy the military. We're going to be weak. China's going to basically take us over, roll over their tanks, plant a fucking flag, and America's done. Or it's this other guy who's going to destroy democracy. Democracy is fucked unless we stop this guy right here. That's the Biden campaign. They're not running Joe Biden. They're not saying, hey, Joe Biden is such an interesting, dynamic candidate. Even the people that are going to vote for him would admit that. If they don't, they're like, no, he's super, eloquent. He's super on it. It's like, come on, you're living in a fantasy. Then your vote is essentially as I've seen at this point, to stop fascism. That's why a lot of people say they're voting for Biden. I've not really heard much other reason articulated.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the things that Trump was called a fascist for, which I agree with, his shitty fucking draconian border policies and shit. Biden has continued to build the wall and has claimed impotence and being able to stop it when there's
Congress allocated the funds. I can't do anything.
There's broad fucking examples of reallocation of funds happening and reappropriation, and the president has broad theoretical powers to do that, by the way. So he's just lying to you. They've continued to build Trump's border wall. It's business as usual. Do not come. You guys remember that, right? do not come. The remain in Mexico policy remains in place.
Which, by the way, they're Biden and with the negotiations going on with the border for that funding for Ukraine and for the and border funding and what's the fucking other guy? Goddamn! Oh, Israel. Sorry.
Yeah.
The funding for that's one of the things being discussed is remain in Mexico policy. That's basically being presented. So remain in Mexico is probably going to come back.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So I mean, like, and Biden's going to sign off on it.
It's implicitly back anyway.
And I saw finally you said that Trump will be worse on Israel. That's probably true. I mean, obviously we don't know, but I would say that's probably a fair thing to say. Trump would probably be supportive of whatever Israel's doing. I
mean, Biden is being supportive of what Israel's doing. I mean, he addressed the nation and talked about, Israel. He conflated it with our 9/11.
Sure.
He fucking talked about how horrible the attack was and how Israel's response was justified and shit. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what like Trump maybe you could make the argument Trump would allocate more funds. I don't think.
Yeah, I think Trump would get more funding. I think that there would probably be more weapons sent over.
I mean, you have to take into account that there's a very slim margin divided Congress. You know what I mean? There would be a lot of things.
Yeah, and you need a bipartisan deal to begin with, so it's always going to be watered down.
There's a lot of things working against Trump.
I don't think it could be worse. I mean, you could be worse. I mean, Biden or Trump could say, you know what, let's send in the U.S. military as well. I mean, there's definitely more escalation you could have in that conflict.
But this argument of like Trump would be worse, it assumes that my prescription is to have Trump be the president. I don't want that. I do not want Trump to be president. I don't want
him to be president at all.
I don't want our leadership in this country to continue to be demented, aged, old fucking world politicians that are just, out to fill their pockets and the pockets of their family.
And let me ask you this question, Paul. Is there any current politician you could think of that if you could say, you could pick to be president that you would pick?
I don't know that he would be the most effective president in history, but probably only Bernie Sanders. Call me a Bernie or Buster or whatever the fuck. But I think that like in terms of just like an established politician that I think would have his heart in the right place and maybe, oversee a sea change in how American politics are done. I think Bernie's the only one that has that power at this point. And
Bernie's the one that I think I actually credibly believe. That actually gives a shit about America. I mean,
but Bernie has had his fight. Like Bernie was super.
He's not perfect.
He was super for this. He was pretty late to the party, calling for Israel to draw down its fucking offensive and shit. He was pretty supportive in the early days of the aggression in Gaza. So, but yeah, I think Bernie is the only one in the conversation for me. But, I just look, like creates like where I'm from, and these parties are not going to churn out blockbuster paradigm changing fucking politicians. It's one of the reasons why I think we need to divest ourselves from this fucking false duopoly and really start focusing all of our energy on building a political party that can stand up to them.
Someone lives in a swing state, if I have no choice but to vote for Biden, and that's why I essentially said that's why people are doing it. And I understand
that's a calculation that you have to do due to the peculiarities of our fucking system.
No, I don't think there should even be swing states. I think we should have a popular vote. Personally,
I agree. I think the electoral college should be completely abolished. If the electoral college only exists so that rural, low population areas can be overrepresented in the overall fucking thing. It was a way to protect farmers' rights and people that live in fucking flyover states like Kansas, so that their vote matters. And
the Senate, because everyone gets two senators. It's basically a way of like, hey, tiny states like like Rhode Island, Delaware, these little tiny states, and like you're right, then like Montana and these big flyover, Kansas and these places where people are like, no one fucking lives. I mean, obviously more people are living there because you got more people, but like for years, no one fucking lived there. Wyoming gets two senators. Think about that. They have 600,000 people, and California gets two senators, and they have almost 40 million people.
Yeah, it's absurd.
That's a way to distribute power amongst the states because our system is so strange. It really is pretty wacky when you get down to it. I mean, which leads to cool things. Which is like, why the U.S. in some ways has been like marijuana legalization. I feel like we've done I mean, I know other countries have like Germany and Canada and shit have legalized weed too, but I mean, it is kind of cool in some respects that states can take the initiative over, even the federal government, even when it creates a conflict, So there's kind of interesting things about the American system, but also obviously downsides.
Seems to be an overall theme tonight of great division in the country. Here's another example of that. Here's a crazy man's plan to bomb satanic temple is thwarted. Massachusetts cops say he walked in our midst, or sorry, Michigan cops. Michigan man was arrested for planning to bomb the satanic temple headquarters in Salem, Massachusetts. Or I guess it was. He was just a Michigan man. I was right. It was Massachusetts.
Yeah, that is confusing as shit, though.
I'm confused.
It's Michigan and Massachusetts. We're like, which one is it?
Yeah, dude from Michigan was going to go to the Satanic Temple headquarters in Salem, Massachusetts, I guess, according to the police. Isaac Terpstra, 30, of Grant, Michigan, was arrested January 2nd by Grant police, according to a January 12th news release. He was charged with possession of bombs with unlawful intent. Michigan law enforcement were tipped off about Terpstra's plan by his mother, which was cited during court documents.
So I have a question, Paul.
Yeah.
So this is Satanic Temple, right? So to the minds of many people, obviously me and you not being among them, but a lot of people here at Satanic Temple, they worship Satan, right?
Right.
And this guy wants to go blow that up. So destroying a false idol, which the Bible is fine with, by the way.
Right.
So, but for this not to happen, and you're a Christian, would you not have to believe? This is kind of strange that it's God's will the temple not be destroyed.
Yeah, that's a mind fuck that I'm glad I don't.
It's like, wait a minute. So it's like, because I mean, like Christians cite God save those people, So it's like, did God save a satanic temple? Like, I don't know. I mean, if you believe in that worldview, I guess you kind of have to go with that. No, I'm sure you could argue they have free will and blah blah blah, but just still kind of interesting that when you think about something like this with that worldview. And obviously, I'm just glad that the police and his mob intervened and was like, you shouldn't go kill random people because you don't believe the same thing as them.
So reading ahead here, it says Lucian Greaves, who we know, this leader of the Satanic Temple, said that they weren't even informed about this plot until after the guy was arrested and in custody. We never actually received a threat associated with the bombing plot, Greaves said. Rather, we learned first from a news reporter in Michigan that a man had been arrested for attempting to make bombs to use against our headquarters in Salem. Satanic Temple contacted the Salem Police Department, who reached out to Grant Police Department, Greaves said. An investigation by Michigan State Police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation is ongoing.
Can you imagine if someone said, I'm going to go shoot up a church, that they would not tell the people at the church?
Yeah, no.
The FBI, the person be investigated for a hate crime, and be like, it'd be out the fucking wazoo. It'd be massive media coverage, like. But then this is like a news reporter. How does it feel? A crazy guy almost came and blew up your satanic temple. It's like, what? It's like, you imagine that being an interview question. You're like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, you didn't hear? Like, what are these fucking? I mean, these cops are fucking worthless to these people. I mean, clearly showing their bias, where it's like, fuck them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, this guy they had to act because they heard about a threat, and they can't just say, oh well, fuck it. And obviously it was credible enough with like other law enforcement agencies were involved, like, which is probably why anything got done about it, because they're not just going to blow off the Michigan State Police. No, they're gonna give them respect because they're also in law enforcement. But it's just crazy that no one fucking thinks to pick up the phone and say, hey, there's a crazy guy that tried to kill you guys. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, that would be nice information to get, at a time.
You would think. Wait, she's not going to be on the whole night. I thought it was just late. I suddenly missed his abrasive presence. She's not going to be here.
Yeah, TJ is not going to be here.
See earlier on
screen to make sure
he's not going to. But if anyone's waiting for TJ, look, if you're waiting for TJ to show up and it's 2 hours in, I'm sorry to tell you, he's not fucking showing up.
TJ was known by rhinoceroses. You can watch earlier. We explained the whole fucking incident. Yeah. He's gonna take tonight off.
Look,
okay.
I mean, StreamYard does have a mobile thing, but we're just like, TJ, you got to arrest that sore asshole of yours. So don't worry about it. I mean, TJ's laying on his stomach right now. Let's put it that way. He's laying on his fucking fat gut, which is a good thing. He's got a lot of cushion, but he's stuck on his gut for a while.
Yes, he is. This one comes at us hot and fresh, Scotty, from the merch tier patrons.
Oh, okay.
They get a special thread just for them. And yeah, the merch tier patrons wanted us to look at some of Jesse Lee Peterson's most savage moments.
If the merch tier command it, then it must be so.
I don't know how long we'll spend on this. We'll see. I don't know how much Jesse Lee Peterson we can take, but let's see him laying down the ponage.
No.
And by the way, happy White History Month. For those who don't know, July is White History Month. I started this month because white people are not recognized and appreciate it.
Bro.
Okay. Oh my God, bro. Absolutely ridiculous.
When someone does something absurd like this, which I mean, I don't give a fuck. You want to call a month? Like, I think all those things are meaningless anyways. I really do. I don't care what group. It's like, I just want to be taught history. I don't want this fucking stupid lens of like, here's the skin color of the people that did something. It's like, okay, great. I just want to learn about the actual fucking history.
Yeah. If I join the merch tier tonight, can I still get a signed poster? Merch tier membership is actually closed right now until the first round of shit is locked in. So you missed your chance.
Sorry. Next month it reopens. So people that want to join the merch tier, bada bing, bada boom, that's your chance. Unfortunately, guys, I reminded TJ several times. TJ's ass left town. They go have a sex with a rhino. They hit look, I'm sorry. He went to know the rhinos. Or accidentally know the rhinos. And he did not ship the posters to me before he did that. So I'm waiting on TJ to get back into town, and I'll mail those posters out to you guys the same day that I get it, essentially. But it's TJ's fault.
Dude, I knew when I because I got those posters. And how long did it take me, Scotty? 2 days, right? I signed them.
Even that.
Yeah, I got them back in the mail, and I knew. I was like, I'm sending these off to their new home for a fucking an indeterminate amount of time. Because
no, I told him. I warned his ass because he was. I mean, TJ's going through some shit right now with his butthole. But I told him, I said, dude, after that, Monday comes around, because his road, his excuse was, oh, my roads are all iced over. Then he drove pretty far to go see those rhinos.
Yeah,
and I'm like, dude, if you drove that far, I mean, your roads can't be that icy. He's like, I was in a hurry because I was so excited to go meet him. And I'm like, well, dude, when you get back, I mean, you're gonna fucking have to send that shit out. I said, but if not, I'm telling every motherfucker in that merch tier. I'm telling every one of the fucking little chicken fans in the world to bug you on every abandoned hope and every fucking stream where you can't fucking stop thinking about this until your lazy ass sends this fucking shit to me. Because if I was there to if I lived close enough to you to pick him up, guys, I'd have picked him up the same fucking. I would have basically sat down and said, sign this shit. I'd have signed it, and I went to the fucking post office and just got this fucking shit done.
I mean, that's what we did. Like, it took me an hour and a half to sign them all. There was a big fat fucking stack of them, but I got them all done, and they went right to the fucking UPS store, and they were shipped. That was it.
Yeah, that's how you handle it. Because I mean, and look, I mean, I've got a more difficult task. I got to send it out to 100+ addresses. But I mean, whatever. Like, you guys fucking paid for it. I don't mind doing it. That's part of my fucking job. But I don't have them. Because of fucking TJ. So guys, when TJ gets back, if he has not sent him to me, everyone here is making a pact, whether they agree or not, whether you're even a Chajika fan or not. Because if you want something received from your Lord's hand, he is denying that to you. He's denying it to people that have paid him good money to have that. So he deserves
he's sitting on
to be reminded.
He's sitting on them.
Yep. What are the posters of? You'll see if you're a merch tier member. That's when you're going to see.
Yeah, only the merch tier need even concern themselves with it because nobody
else.
TJ.
No. So you guys think that's too quick? I don't want TJ needs to live a nice long existence of suffering. You guys are just it's like the endless sufferings of TJ. Someone actually wrote us on Patreon that had a good idea, which is basically our backseat game, which is make TJ play a game.
Yeah.
And criticize him, and I'm like, dude, I'm all there for that. If he'll agree to do it,
dude. I want to get my new computer sussed out. I may have to after tonight because who knows? That may have been the fucking straw that broke the camel's back or whatever. But I want to get my new computer worked out, and I definitely because I want to see TJ play some Dark Souls, dude.
Oh my fucking god, dude! We will ask King TJ for our posters. Thank you. Even Tajika fans are on board with this. So, look, even Tajika fans, look. I'm not saying TJ's not your king. I'm not saying not to love TJ. But let's all things equal here, guys. You deserve your posters, and the people that paid deserve their posters. Right is right. I mean, look, even King TJ. I mean, look, every once in a while, even King TJ makes a bad move, makes a little mistake, and you can correct him and put him back on the right path. So if you're looking at it that direction, you can help TJ be a better king. There you go.
That is true. So here's some excuse me. Whoa.
Oh, sure. Can we keep vamping? We have to watch this.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
For white Americans, that would be no America. All right. And all these POCs, people of color, who are coming here, who are already here, and you're angry at the white people. If it wasn't for them, you'd be stuck in your S-hole countries. From this point forward,
Your S-hole countries.
Well, some of those people were actually here before white settlers too, so that's not necessarily true. But even if it is, let's assume that you're the person of color, you've come to America, you're going to criticize America. Isn't that what the idea that makes America great? Is that the fact you can criticize it and you're not just thrown into a gulag immediately? Isn't that what's supposed to be good?
That is what they say. That is what I've heard.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Look here. Simple comment. Only 3 words. Paul is king. Fuck TJ.
True.
Is Paul coming for your kingship?
Or I already usurped it from under him while he was being known by the rhinos. It was a setup.
You don't want that animated. I want the animated. Obviously, want the censor parts of it, but the animated TJ Rhino story.
Yeah, and he's just I love that. Like he's just got to be a big, giant, fat Mr. Bean.
Yep. It bumbles past 3 layers of security.
All right. Tell everybody and their mama about it as well.
I don't know where you got your schooling at, but your vocabulary is horrible.
I know. Isn't that a mess?
It's true.
It is.
I mean,
true.
look, his schooling probably got nothing to do with it. He could fucking expand his vocabulary outside of school. I mean, you don't need to fucking go to school to learn more words. You can just go to dictionary.com and look up word of the day, and you learn new words every day.
True. Very true.
Yes. A mess.
I don't understand
It's
how
a mess.
they put you on television. All the white guys behind them. You need to take lessons from these guys.
Okay, I will, but that's good advice. It's so amazing to me too that I run a national organization for 28 years that I founded. I write books up and down the coast. I give public speeches around the country and been invited to do it around the world. I do a radio and a national TV show. I can barely speak English. I have a cleft lip and all that, so my palate, it's all from God. I don't understand it either.
How did you get that job is my point.
God.
I'm older than you, Jesse. I'm 71 years old. I'm older than you.
I'm
retired.
You know what? I'm glad this guy asked this fucking question because I have wondered the same fucking thing. And it's not, dude, it's not your cleft lip. It's not the way you fucking speak, dude. It's the fucking shit that comes out of your fucking mouth, dude. You say such stupid shit constantly. You're not a very bright guy.
Dude.
You just say dumb shit. And I mean, you know, it's like, look, I know there's a place in the world for it. There's always a place for bad takes, wrong takes. I mean, you can have whatever fucking take you want. But I just don't see the appeal of this guy. I've never have. I probably never will. But to some people, he's like manna from heaven. They just love him. I'll never get it.
He's the fucking overwhelming. He's like black guilt Jesse Lee Peterson. He's like a black guilt guy. He's the guy that maintains his credibility in conservative circles because he dogs on black people constantly and downplays their contribution.
Like Candace Owens.
Yeah. He would be Calvin Candy's fucking butler. All right, and Django.
Oh, he's like Samuel.
Yeah, he's like the butler in Django, dude. All right, he's willing to die for his swag because you know white people are
good
paying
in the
him.
system. Yeah, he's got it good. So he's like, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
White people are paying him a ton of money, and he knows not to bite the hand that feeds. You know. I hate Jesse Lee Peterson. We're not watching I'm telling you right now, we're not doing 14 minutes of this shit.
There's no way.
and you're still angry, insecure,
No, I'm not
emotional.
angry. I just want you to know, how did you get a job and you can't?
You know
can't
what?
use
He
vocabulary
just said
at all?
Rob something I will give Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't think he's overly emotional. I've
true.
seen him.
I think he's
I've seen a lot of times.
under
He does keep a
emotional.
pretty. He does keep like a pretty even keel, which just a lot of people don't. I mean, I'm not even saying.
Yeah.
I don't think
I've
even
seen
even
people
keel.
cuss him out, and he'll just go like, "Amazing, that's amazing."
Yeah,
You know,
he can
like,
fucking take it. I'll give him that. He can fucking take it. You know, like a lot of
Yeah.
people cannot, and like that's something you just have to have the cool. Like, so he's got a cool to him. I will say, like, I don't think he's cool, but like he's calm and cool.
Yeah.
But it's not so bad that it didn't get your attention and made you call in.
I don't understand how people listen, can hear you, man, can understand you.
The same way you are.
Yeah, he is a troll. Someone saying he's legend. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's obviously because like the true troll is the person that can get you pissed off and get you fucking riled up and is just fucking cool as a cucumber. They don't give a fuck, dude. They're just like, oh, you mad? You mad, bro? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead
they're
and be mad.
definitely. He's not mad. He's not mad cashing checks for sure.
Fuck no. Why would he be?
You should be
Why the fuck would
grateful
he be?
Yeah.
that white people founded and created the greatest country on this side of heaven so that you would not be stuck in Africa or somewhere.
Well, so I wouldn't be stuck in Africa. Well, you know what?
Talk about history, dude. It was like they went to Africa and they're like, hey guys, we're starting a new country. You want to join? And they're like, yeah, let's hop on those boats and head on over. I don't think that's quite how it went.
Yeah,
You know,
he just ignores 400 years of chattel slavery. You know what I mean? Like that, he just accidentally forgot to talk about that part of it.
Yeah, and that is white history too. I mean, slaves were worth a lot of money. Transatlantic slave trade made a lot of people rich. So, you know, but like it's almost like it's like a voluntary thing. Like they built America, and it's like it's Field of Dreams. Like if you build it, they will come. You know, it's like what? That's not how it worked, dude.
You can conclude yourself in that, Jesse.
Well, I am grateful. That's why I started and founded White History Month, because I'm grateful.
Well,
Are you grateful?
That's why I'm
No, I
grateful I
started.
started this shit. Yeah, fucking prank. This dude's so full of shit.
I know.
Why aren't you fit to be a father?
I believe that I'm a little bit too selfish to be a father.
Oh, so you're a beta male, huh?
A beta male, huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you think?
That was a question.
Oh, a beta male. That's that's.
Are you a beta male?
Like,
Dude, he knows how to get their goat, doesn't he, dude? He just fucking knows exactly the fucking bullshit to say. So you're a beta male, huh? You're a beta male? You're a beta
You're
male?
a beta, huh?
So you're a beta. You're a little beta cuck, right? You know, it's like, it's just trolling 101, dude. This guy just has a degree in trolling. And he just knows. And like, and the perfect thing too is that he has a little snappy thing as a question. I was asking, are you a beta? Are you a beta? Which is like, I mean, it's the same thing. It's like, hey, Paul, why do you suck dick? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I've already put the premise in it. So it's like, I don't. Oh, okay, you don't. Right. You know, it's like, it's bullshit. He's not being sincere at all. Oh, shit, Mr. Naughty Priest. Oh, shit.
Naughty Priest coming through with a fucking meteorite.
A fucking MVP. I remember someone said, like, who is someone you will not ban?
Naughty Priest.
And Mr. Naughty Priest is not.
Dude, even if Naughty Priest turned against us and became like our biggest fucking hater in the world, I'd let him sit in the chat forever. He's earned it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he has fucking earned it. If the next comment is like, fuck you bitches, suck Naughty Priest cock, we're just going to be like, whatever, dude. I mean, no one else try that. No one else test that theory out because your ass will get banned.
Yeah. I mean, he's a duke. All right. He's above your station. You don't understand.
Yeah, Mr. Naughty Priest has to do some really fucked up shit. Like someone has to like a video like, here's Mr. Naughty Priest, you know, just snuffing out a kitten for fun. Then it's like, okay, he's banned. You know,
Yeah,
but Mr. Naughty Priest would never do it. I mean, yeah, you do some really fucked up shit. Because even a duke, if you're a duke, you can still fucking, but it'd have to be the most incredible set of circumstances for him to be banned. What about slurs? I believe in freedom of speech. I wouldn't agree with him, but I mean, I was not going to ban him for it. See, Mr. Naughty Priest should put that to the test. See, that's the thing. Mr. Naughty Priest doesn't give a fuck. He would. I don't think he would give a shit. I don't think he would do that. He wouldn't lower himself to some base amusement. That's why you guys don't get it. You guys don't fucking understand Mr. Naughty Priest like we understand.
True. Oh, this dude just said that Jesse was cooning for the white man.
Oh shit.
to really feel like you're like actually making any sort of statement.
You said cooning for the white man?
Yes.
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
are you white or black?
Yeah, think about it.
You definitely blame black people for pretty much everything that's wrong with them, but you ignore all the systemic problems that do clearly exist with police brutality and things of that nature.
There is no police brutality.
Why would you even talk to this person at that point?
I don't know, dude. I don't know if I can take any more fucking Jesse Lee Peterson, dude.
I mean, what
this
an
is
absurd
such brain
statement.
dead shit.
There is no police brutality. Yes, there is. That's a demonstrably false statement. It's not even debatable. Even people who were pro police will acknowledge police brutality. They just say it's a bad apple. They just say it's basically it's an unlikely occurrence that does happen when some cops, not all cops, but a very small percentage of cops, react poorly and handle things incorrectly, which is use excessive force on someone who they should not use excessive force on, or arrest someone falsely. But it's a very small number of people. That's what those people's position is. That's not even their position is not that police brutality is a fantasy. So Jesse Peterson's not even towing the same line of people who are actually debating this stuff or arguing about this stuff. So he's completely full of shit.
It's a little weird to say cooning if you're white. I was reading it off the screen, dude. I don't eat whatever. You fucking dude, get yourself a chalky baba and fucking chill out. Right?
We're not.
The world is not coming to an end, bro. I didn't endorse it. Whatever.
We're not endorsing that language, but sometimes in the context of the show, you say words that people find offensive.
Crypto bros. Cryptocurrency like Beanie Babies, says Coinbase in U.S. regulators lawsuit.
That's a speculative. It's a speculative asset. That's all it is. It's speculative.
It's a Beanie Baby, dude. That's fucked up, man.
Oh, dude, with this kind of stuff, I mean, dude, if you didn't already know this about crypto, then you just said no shit about it. You're like these people that act as if like, huh? It's like, yeah, it's rampant speculation. What else do you think it fucking is? Like, do you think that cryptocurrency is like it's like the same as invested in like Johnson and Johnson or a fucking blue chip stock? It's nothing like that at all. I mean, there's crypto coins that launch and people don't even know who the founders are. They're like, hey, that's not important. What's important is you invest your money here. It's like, no. Like,
yeah,
bad idea. Now, look, if someone wants to speculate and invest in like, hey, Dogecoin to the moon, I mean, you want to put a little bit of money into it, that's up to you. But anyone putting their life savings into crypto, like Boogie, is an idiot.
I mean, this is Coinbase just basically admitting that they sold you a bunch of fucking nonsense. Coinbase argued against classifying cryptocurrencies as securities by saying that the digital coins are like Beanie Babies, more akin to collectibles than stakes in a company, even though they and everybody else in their sphere aggressively promoted cryptocurrency as an investment in an industry.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So, like, this idea that now it was just like, oh, it was just for the memes, guys, is fucking ridiculous and should reveal to you what was at the heart of this all along. It was a cash in. It was a cash grab. It was a fad to get young people to fucking dump a bunch of money into a fucking fun house that they could run out of the back of with and trust me, dude, there are some people that made out like bandits.
Oh yeah,
in the crypto industry.
If you had inside knowledge, I mean, it's illegal, obviously, but if you had knowledge ahead of time, I mean, there's people that knew shit, and obviously, I understand why they did it because it was a scam. But and I mean, and look, there's people who are not scammers who made money off crypto too. Like they just thought it'd be funny to buy Dogecoin, so they bought a bunch, and then it went up to like 75 cents, and they made out like bandits. Sure, but most people who invested in cryptocurrencies probably didn't get shit. They probably at worst at best broke even, or lost a bunch of money.
And it was mostly people, young people in their 20s and 30s that lost their fucking life savings in this shit. And and here they are just saying like it was a scam all along, guys. What do you want?
Yeah, someone said I made 20,000 on Ether and I'm still a poor loser. Yeah, I mean, like, look, that's how it goes. I mean, you made some money, but it's not like life changing. You made a couple $1,000. It's nice.
Well, Ethereum is one of those coins that just like stayed pretty stable, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it
Ethereum
crashed,
and
but like,
Bitcoin. Look, I think Bitcoin, if you're going to invest in one, is the one that would probably make the most sense. Obviously, it's still super volatile, but there's a lot of people investing in that. So you can at least make an argument like that. There might be something to that. I would invest a bunch of money in it still, but I can at least understand someone that made that part of their portfolio that wanted some level of risk. But I don't think any, like, dude, these fucking altcoins and shit coins, you gotta be out of your fucking mind to buy any of them.
Oh no, Arnold Schwarzenegger facing criminal tax proceedings in Germany over his luxury watch.
Oh man,
What happened, Arnold?
Arnold, what did you
Arnold
do?
Schwarzenegger was detained and is facing criminal tax proceedings after being stopped by customs officials at the Munich airport. Officials in Germany said the Terminator actor and former California governor was stopped for a routine check on arrival Wednesday and questioned for 2.5 hours before being allowed to leave. An airport's customs spokesperson told NBC News.
What a level of shit, dude.
A source close to Schwarzenegger said the actor 76 was detained over a luxury watch that he had brought into the country while en route to a charity event in Austria, his birth country. The watch was intended to be a prize at a charity auction Thursday in aid of the Schwarzenegger Climate Initiative. He cooperated at every step, even though it was an incompetent shakedown, a total comedy of errors that would have made a very funny cop movie, the source said.
Yeah, it's laughable that Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's worth fucking $300 or $400 million, is somehow trying to like do some tax scheme when the watch is. I've read this article. Not this article in particular, but a news story similar to it. It's for charity, and he offered and still offered to even pay for the fucking taxes. Just like, all right, I'll pay the money so I can go on to Austria.
The video apparently shows the watch, and I want to see what kind of watch it was that he got busted over.
I'm sure it's really nice.
Let's reload the page.
If it's some charity thing, I'm sure it's. Get your ass to Mars, Scotty.
I want to see, dude. This is something like I've been kind of. Oh man, this fucking video is just not going to play, is it?
No.
What a piece of shit.
We refresh it, maybe.
I want to see the fucking watch.
Yeah, I want to see you gotta see the fucking watch, dude.
All right, this fucking garbage ass fucking NBC News player or whatever the fuck just doesn't.
At Munich airport yesterday, officials accused the action star of violating.
What? Here, can I go full screen with that?
Was going to be so
no, it's just audio only. What a piece of shit! Fuck your website, NBC News.
I'll see if I can find the video.
Yeah, see if you can find a fucking picture or something of his watch. Because I've been doing that like recently. I've been, because I've been looking for a hobby. I was thinking about doing fucking Warhammer for a while, and one of the things I've kind of gotten into is watches. Like not super expensive watches. I like looking at super expensive watches. I think they're neat, but there's all these like micro brand watches and stuff that are pretty fucking cheap that I think are cool that I might start getting into.
All right,
I want to know.
Boom. All right. Here, let me move. I'll move some tabs over and I'll show you guys. Arnold. Okay. Present. Share screen. Boom.
So that is an Audemars Piguet. Looks like a fucking. It's a chronograph, I think, is what they call that. That's a pretty fucking expensive ass watch right there.
What does that retail for?
APs are pretty fucking expensive. I would guess if I had to take a stab at it, and I'm not a watch expert or nothing, but those usually run in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're talking maybe $300,000 watch or something like that.
Ooh.
Yeah, Audemars Piguet is a super, super popular, super high-end, upscale luxury watch brand. It's one of the big three in watches. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak is considered to be by a lot of watch experts the greatest watch of the modern era.
Okay, yeah, so it's not.
And that one was a complication of the Royal Oak that had looks like split second and chronograph on it. So that, the more complicated a watch is, especially an automatic mechanical watch, the more money you're going to pay. So it's AP, Rolex, and
Because it's the watch is
Vacheron
worth
Constantine.
$30,000. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's
So that's a $30,000 AP.
Yep.
So not definitely not the highest end AP that I've seen, but still a cool watch in my opinion. I like them. I think they're neat looking. I would never. I don't think I'd be able to own something that was 30 grand and wear it on my wrist around. I don't think that would happen.
Well, me and you also don't have Arnold money though.
Are Rolex and Omega considered mid-tier? Omega, no. I mean, Rolex is considered to be one of the top 3 brands in luxury watchmaking. So the top 3, and this is high, obviously based on a lot of people's fucking opinions, but Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and Vacheron Constantine are considered to be, like, by a lot of people, the top 3 luxury brands of watches. And Omega is a long-standing brand of watch, kind of famously connected to the Bond franchise. Bond wears Omega watches. But yeah, they're a high-end brand. They're not mid-tier at all. If you wanted to look at mid-tier brand of watches that's still pretty fucking widely loved, I don't know why by people, look at the Hublot Big Bang. Like, that's a pretty mid watch. That's a pretty mid-tier expensive watch. The Hublot Big Bang. I guess Patek, yeah. You could put Patek on there. I mean, I don't know. My tastes put Vacheron and not Patek, but yeah, you could do Patek. Patek Philippe is another one that, would be at the top of the fucking food chain. I love watches. I think they're neat.
Leave Arnold alone, guys. Germans.
Yeah, leave Arnold alone. He was trying to do a charity thing. You fucking German.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Pieces of shit.
Yeah, he doesn't need the fucking money.
Bad news for Italian influencers. They got some rules coming. What kind of rules? Let's find out. The activities of influencers are set to come under oversight of the Italian Communications Authority. The rules will initially apply to content creators of more than 1 million followers. The Wild West of influencers is over, AgCom boss Giacomo La Sorella said. We are starting to get to the big ones, but other influencers will have to adapt, he said to La Repubblica newspaper. And that's exactly how he said it, too. Don't accuse me of doing an insensitive portrayal.
That's how you said it.
We are starting with the big ones, but other they have to adapt. Yeah, we get it. The proposed guidelines also aim to protect children with a new set of regulations, including tough penalties for influencers who fail to correctly advertise their collaboration with a brand and their commercial interest with right. So this is just like doing what we ought to be doing, honestly, with this whole fucking industry. Because people deserve to know when they're being advertised to. I firmly believe that there should be no ambiguity about whether what you're watching is a piece of spontaneous content made by a fucking artist or whatever, or a total fucking completely top to bottom planned commercial for a luxury brand. And it's at the top end of influencers, it's impossible to tell the difference.
I mean, yeah, if you're at the top level, it's because they'll literally just sponsor you. You'll drive around in one of their vehicles, or you'll use their products, and it just seems like you're just organically using it. And obviously, you have to put it, YouTube. Like, this is product placement. There's FTC rules that surround that, but you're like, especially in the early days of YouTube, there was just nothing. You could just shill a product mercilessly.
Well, I think they're talking more about like Instagram and fucking, like these TikTok is another one that you probably don't know. So many will see the AgCom decision as linked to a recent scandal involving top Italian influencer Chiara Ferragani, something Mr. La Sorella denied. In December, Mrs. Ferragani, who had almost 30 million followers on Instagram, was fined 1.07 million euros for claiming sales of a designer pink Christmas cake would help fund a children's hospital in Turin. In reality, the cake's producer had given money to the hospital months before the cake's launch. So it was fake. Yeah. It was just a fake way to make a bunch of money and advertise a a bakery or whatever and help them sell a bunch of cakes.
Well, yeah, they realize that if you cloak it in the shroud of charity, then it somehow feels better. Oh, it's not like you're just shilling this cake; you're doing it, But they've already prearranged the amount of money they're going to donate, and it's already been done. So it's like, yeah, technically we did it, but the actual sales had no impact.
In June, France passed legislation stating influencers could face jail time if they're found to have broken new promotion regulations. The first time the role was legally defined in Europe. And in October, the European Commission announced it would step up scrutiny of the business practices and activities of influencers, stating digital content creators would need to follow fair commercial practices and their followers are entitled to transparent and reliable information. So it sounds like Europe is starting to get fucking done with these influencers, and I'm here for it, dude. I think they're a fucking stain on the world. Fuck them all.
Yeah, the minute your job becomes influencer, it's like you're probably a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
not saying it's universal, but a lot of times it is. It's shit like that. Like they're pretending this is like what the money's gonna go to a children's hospital. I mean, how fucking scummy can you be? It's like, hey, we're gonna donate this money to the sick kids. We've already prearranged the actual donation, which is like, yeah, they already gave money, but it was nothing to do.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg with this shit. These people are fucking completely and utterly have absolutely no moral compass. It's all about money. It's all about fame. And how
much money do you need? I mean, like, look, I'm not saying I wouldn't do a sponsorship. I'm not saying that at all. But I mean, like, I wouldn't make it like I wouldn't pretend to be like, hey, I'm raising money for fucking sick kids. So it's like, if we're greedy on the show, we're transparently greedy. Like, yeah, give us some money. We're a bunch of lazy fucks, and we don't want
only that, but we provide, we sell you things for, like defined thing. Like there's a product that you're purchasing from us. These people are they're scalping money for spurious reasons. They're claiming they're doing charities and they aren't. They're doing stealth ad campaigns that people are getting involved in. They don't know they're involved in. It's just fucked, dude. And yeah, it needs to be brought to heel. Fuck the influencers. Japan agrees to purchase 400 Tomahawk missiles as U.S. envoy loud defense buildup. More missiles, man. We're selling them left and right. Anybody want some missiles, Scotty? Anybody out there want some missiles?
Right here. I'll take some missiles right here. Actually, I got a drink.
We got your missiles. We got every flavor of fucking missiles that you could ever fucking
I'm going to go get myself some missiles, guys. Just hold on. And I'll bomb everyone here. So be careful.
It's a fucking fire sale on missiles. Missiles. Japan signed a deal with the United States on Thursday to purchase up to 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles as part of its ongoing military buildup in response to increased regional threats. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's government has pledged to double its annual defense spending to around 10 trillion yen. That'd be about $68 billion by 2027, which would make Japan the world's third biggest military spender after the United States and China. Oh, yeah. Getting with the fucking dude. Death dealing is a big business and business is booming. There are people out there living their fucking lives that need blowing up. And thank goodness the United States is here to be the fucking arms dealer of the world, to make sure that these governments have the tools with which to repress the poor and working class. Isn't that great, guys? Aren't we all fucking happy at more military adventurism, more rampant fucking butchery, more military expansionism? Aren't we all just fapping in our fucking designer jeans over here in America, man? Every time a Tomahawk missile is fired, I fucking have an orgasm. The power of fucking 100 exploding suns. All right. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Death, death, death. What did Paul think of XQC's watch? I don't know what kind of watch XQC has. If you tell me what kind of watch he has, I'll probably know. And I'll tell you what I think about it. Oh, yeah, man. War, Jack. War. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. I mean, this is what kind of backwards fucking shit is celebrated amongst rich people. Rich people are creaming their jeans over this. More missiles? Hell yeah, man. Missiles are fucking great, bro.
I've got a nuke coming to everyone's house right now.
Defense Minister Minoru Kihara announced in December decision to accelerate deployment of some Tomahawks and Japanese-made Type 12 surface-to-ship missiles beginning in fiscal year 2025.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't know what any of those do, but they sound sexy as fuck. I bet they blow up peasants real good.
They
man.
spread freedom and liberty, Paul. That's what
I bet they leave limbless fucking poor people in their wake.
They
and
shouldn't have been in the way.
That's why I love them. So yeah, whatever. The United States is a big giant fucking international arms dealer, and we're feeding a fucking war economy that is getting frightfully out of control.
Safe, Paul.
See these two nerds standing over here in American fucking military garb and shit. These people are selling you and your children's future up the river for the prospect of fucking making some people limbless overseas. I love it. It's great. We're moving on.
Beautiful, man.
Groundbreaking study shows kids learn better on paper, not screens. Now what? Dude,
Wait,
this is
what?
fucking this speaks to my fucking soul, dude. Because when I was working at the fucking school district, my job, like the only reason I was employed was because school districts were falling over themselves to introduce more technology into the classroom, more screens. And the district I worked in, it was all Apple stuff. So we're talking like brand new iMacs. Well, not all brand new. I mean, a lot of old fucking Macintosh education computers, eMacs they were called. But yeah, they were just falling over the millions of dollars. Now, these were schools that were steadily like, what? Please.
I'm reading the super chat. Paul, please create your own rendition of the national anthem at some point. Okay.
No.
Fair enough, you threw it at some point, but that's not like a fucking dude. Paul does shit off the dome. If you're expecting Paul like he's like gonna fucking feverishly work on his own rendition of the national anthem, I mean, if he ever finds inspiration, maybe, but for $5, no.
But I appreciate the $5.
No,
yeah, no. When I was working, they were flushing millions of dollars down the toilet. All the while, their class size is rising year to year. So it went from 35 to 45 to 50.
And studies have shown, by the way, that the larger the class size, less time the teacher has with each individual student, the effectiveness essentially goes down at a certain point.
Of course. And so the class sizes were ballooning. All the schools claimed they didn't have money to hire teachers, but they had millions of dollars to dump into these ridiculously expensive Macintosh computers. All the fucking network infrastructure that went into making sure that they ran big, giant, expensive, what are called blade servers. Most people have never even seen one. I worked with 2 Apple blades that were fucking extra. They're $20,000 a piece, and there were 2 of them at every school. So, you know, like this, it's just a money sink. And it turns out that these kinds of devices and shit are better at distracting children than informing them about shit. Wouldn't you know it? And now the studies are in, and it shows that kids learn better when they have to fucking sit down and read a book or write something out. So the nationwide collapse in reading scores amongst American youth has finally captured the attention, if not the concern, of headline writers, educators, and government bureaucrats. Department of Education's most recent survey, released in June, was certainly sensational. It found that text comprehension skills of 13-year-olds had declined an average of 4 points since COVID-affected school year of 2019 to 2020. And more alarmingly, that the average drop was 7 points compared with the 2012 figure. The result for the worst performing students fell below the reading skill recorded in 1971 when the first national study was conducted. Unsurprisingly, the blame for the dismal news has been assigned by politicians to the easiest, more obvious targets, COVID-19 and the resultant lockdown. Remote learning was bad for students, according to Biden administration officials, so the pandemic must be the chief villain. Conservatives don't disagree, but they prefer to blame the teachers' unions for encouraging their members to teach remotely. For them, a greater villain than COVID is the president of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten, a powerful Democrat who lobbied successfully to prolong the school shutdowns. Neither the bureaucrats nor the critics of the teachers' unions are wrong, of course. Common sense tells us that a child alone in her bedroom staring at the image of a teacher on a computer screen with a smartphone close at hand but hidden from the teacher's view is not fully focused on learning. But while everyone bemoans the lockdown, there's been curiously little discussion in this debate about the physical object most children use to read, which, starting long before the arrival of COVID, has increasingly been an illuminated screen displaying pixelated type instead of a printed or photocopied text. What if the principal culprit behind the fall of middle school literacy is neither a virus nor a union leader nor remote learning? Until recently, there's been no scientific answer to this urgent question. But a soon-to-be-published groundbreaking study from neuroscientists at Columbia University's Teachers College has come down decisively on the matter. For deeper reading, there's a clear advantage to reading text on paper rather than on a screen, while shallow reading was observed. Using an example of 59 children aged 10 to 12, a team led by Dr. Karen Froud asked its subjects to read original text in both formats while wearing hairnets filled with electrodes that permitted the researchers to analyze variations in the children's brain responses. Performed in a laboratory at the Teachers College, strict controls, the study, which has not yet been peer-reviewed, used an entirely new method of word association in which the children performed single-word semantic judgment tasks. I don't understand all the particulars of the study. But, you know, this is one of those things, dude. One of those things I was talking years ago about us having to come to grips with, like, what does it do to a child when you just, they're toddler age and you just plop them down with a cell phone or an iPad or something. And I think that we're starting to see some of these numbers come in. Some of these studies are starting to come in, and none of them seem to have a great prescription for these devices.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, remote learning can work for adults. For kids, it's a fucking fantasy. I mean, pandemic or not, that is a fucking fantasy. And I think the big difference is read on the screen is that screens, number one, especially for children born in the alpha generation, Zoomers even, is associated with entertainment. So in your brain, there's already some chemical compounds going on that's like rewarding your brain. So like a lot of stuff with this is designed around games, which you would think in some way is like, yeah, well, kids are going to learn because they're going to play the game, but it's like they're actually just trying to beat the game that they're playing. That's a lot. That's a lot of the learning stuff. It's turned into a game. And it's like somehow this is going to make you learn better. But to me, I've never really seen the evidence of that. I've just seen the evidence of the kids becoming addicted to these devices, and they are. I mean, because like, yeah. You're talking about the mind of a child. It's like instant gratification over and over again.
They'll have full, like, I've seen kids have horrible fucking tantrums and shit because somebody took a phone from them. It's crazy how.
I see young kids like I've seen kids that are like 6 years old that have an iPhone. I'm like, why does a 6-year-old have a fucking iPhone? There's no way they need a fucking iPhone. Like, I'm sorry, you just don't need it. In like social media, like people who are like 12 or 13, like, get onto these platforms and younger, it's like, dude, there's no way any of this shit is good for them. There's no fucking way I could see it. Like, but the problem is you feel like if you like don't allow any of that in your life, it's like you're a Luddite, right? You're turning your back on the modern way people converse. You're basically turning your back on the public square of how all this stuff works now.
Well, that's how it was looked at. That's why these schools invested so heavily, and such a profound chunk of their budget was wasted on these devices. Was they
smart
sold
screens and stuff?
Yeah,
and Chromebooks. Oh, they're garbage, dude. Chromebooks are like one of the biggest scams of all fucking time.
A huge part of my job for the last year I worked that job was setting up and maintaining Chromebook carts, giant carts that had charging ports in them that were.
Dude,
filled.
That sounds like what is that? Sisyphus rolling the fucking boulder up the hill.
No, it literally was. That was me. Literally rolling those fucking carts around, trying to teach kids how to use them, trying to teach these fucking dumbass teachers how to use them. It was bullshit, dude. And Krista earlier said, "Oh, I read faster on a screen." That may be true. That's not what this study was about. The study wasn't about how fast somebody could read. See, the problem is that when you're looking at a homework sheet that your teacher gave you or a book, that book is only that. It's only a book. It's only a homework sheet. When you're looking at a screen, it's that, and in the background, TikTok. And your music app is playing in the background, and you've got notifications popping up in your face that lead you, like that's the problem. The problem is that it's a distracting environment for children. Children look at those things as toys and they want to play with them, and it causes them distraction. Whereas, if you have to sit down and read a passage and memorize part of it or summarize part of it,
You're only focused on that.
Right. You have to focus on the task, and that leads to people being better readers, and that leads to people being better speakers, and I got to be honest with you, that leads to people being better and more informed citizens. And so this is a huge thing. This is not a small deal.
I'll tell Paul. I'll tell you this, Paul. I don't know if we've ever talked about this angle of things, but a lot of young kids, obviously it's anecdotal, that I met or I hear talking. I mean, not to be a dick to a bunch of little kids, but they talk like babies. And I'm talking like someone who's 1 or 2 years old.
Yes.
We're talking kids that have been put in front of tablets who are 7 and 8 years old that sound like they're 3 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you. Like, there's a bunch of kids like this now. And it's like you're kind of like, what the fuck? Because it's really shocking, because you'll talk to some 7 or 8 year olds and they're like, how you doing? And those, like, obviously they're kids, but they talk like a kid. They talk to another one that's like, I was then going to the, and you're like, why do you talk like you're 3 years old? And it's like, and you feel bad for them because, like, I don't blame them, but it's like, to me, it's like, yeah, you've been failed on a fundamental level, unless there's like some massive learning disability or just something that child is suffering from, that's like on a profound level, that's challenging them for the rest of their life, because obviously their development has been so delayed at that point. So it's like, fuck.
Well, teachers are screaming this from the rooftop. So you had this observation just, in your normal everyday life. Teachers have been screaming this from the rooftops for years. They're like, we increasingly don't know what to do with these children. When we get them at the beginning of the year and we assess their abilities, we find that they're like a grade level or more behind in most cases where we're supposed to start teaching them. They lack fundamentals that are supposed to be established in earlier grades. And, like that's a progressive problem. It's a problem that gets worse every time a child is socially promoted. They get further behind everybody else, and you end up graduating people that are functionally illiterate. And it shows, dude. I hate to be a boomer about this, but I spend my time on the internet. I'm a fucking internet content creator. I read your comments. Every time we do this chat, the chat is over there. And I read it, and I am fucking like, I know I make fun of it sometimes, but I got to tell you, every fucking day that I engage with that, I am shocked by the inability of some of you to make a coherent sentence happen. Like, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but like, there's basic lack of punctuation, basic lack of capitalization, basic spelling errors and bone apple teas of commonly used words, run-on sentences with no predicate, just absolutely fucking unreadable shit. And I see so much of it that it makes me wonder about, like, what's the generation after this gonna sound like?
The biggest question I have when I think about this stuff is it always been this way? Or are we just better recognize it? Obviously, the screen stuff, I know the answer to that, because that just didn't really exist. But the intelligence level, that's what I always wonder about. And people say the YouTube chat doesn't represent that. I mean, fair enough. We're not doing a fucking study here. We're just saying how it's represented to us on a personal level. Sometimes it's like, how does this fucking person function? Like, it's like, how is this person able to like live a normal life, like get up and like put their pants on?
Yeah.
It's like I mean, to be honest with you guys, I think we've all seriously wondered about some people. I'm not saying that's representative of most people by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just like you see such a profoundly stupid thing that is said to you.
I mean, and reading,
and you wonder if it's real or not, obviously, because maybe someone's just fucking with you. But you hope that
people can be profoundly smart and illiterate at the same time. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to claim that, your lack of literacy and your lack of communication skills belies that you're just totally fucking unsalvageable morons or whatever. But reading and writing is the most effective way by which a human being assimilates new ideas. And it's a modern construction given the history of humanity. You know what I mean? And it avails a person of so much knowledge to be able to pick up books, and not only to have the ability to read and comprehend the words in those books, but to have the attention span to sit with their own thoughts and allow that book to take them on a journey and to assimilate those ideas. Like, that is what I believe has been lost with the introduction of these devices. It is shortened what was already in my generation an attention span that you could measure in fucking nanoseconds, and now it's like it's just non-existent. And that, dude, it does not set you up well. I'm not trying to be mean or whatever, but I'm just saying, when you present yourself and you write like a fucking cave person, it does not leave a lasting impression that's like, wow, what a smart individual I'm dealing with.
I see people say, like, I saw one guy say, like, well, in the chat you're trying, it's like, well, chat's a little bit different. We're talking like YouTube comments on the internet in general, where people have time to actually think about what they're going to say. Yeah, maybe in a very quick environment, it's understandable if someone misspeaks, or they're not used to public speaking, so they come across as very unprepared, or I mean, like, it's on multiple fronts. It's not just simply like, hey, someone in the chat wrote a stupid comment. I mean, obviously there's people that do that just to try to get a laugh. There's people that are generally just dumb. And of course, there's people who are trying to communicate quickly. But we're just saying, like, overall, it kind of feels that way. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But I think, Paul, I get your perception. You're just saying, like, based upon, but, I guess we have to look, what is the base we had before all this stuff? Because we didn't have social media. So it's like, I guess the next basis of that would be our personal lives. And I'm just not really sure. I don't know. That's the question to me. As far as, like, because I can't 100% say people haven't always just been this fucking dumb, but their ignorance is now revealed because of this stuff. And maybe the screen, I think the screens play a factor. Look, I'm not dismissing. There's no way you can engage in an activity for so long and not have a fundamental impact on our civilization, which it has. I mean, these devices, smartphones, tablets, cell phones, whatever you want to talk about, have had a massive impact. I mean, because you watch movies, and you've probably done this too, Paul. You watch a movie in the 90s and you're like, when's it, like, because we're so conditioned that people have cell phones. Like, I'm like, when are they going to put out their fucking phone? Then my brain goes, hey, dumbass. They didn't fucking have that shit. They had fucking analog fucking brick phones. And it's like, you just realize how your reality is being recontextualized with all this technology.
I've seen so many compilations of people going to these colleges and asking people in their late teens and early 20s, freshmen, sophomores in college, like, going like, name 3 states. And the person is like, the United States, is that one? I don't know, or like name 3 continents. And they're like, they can't do it. You know what I mean? And that would be like, in my time, that was unthinkable. There were just like a basic baseline of human knowledge that allowed you, you're not an expert, but the basics of, like, geography. You kind of know the capitals of some of the areas, at least the ones that surround the state that you live in. You certainly know your own state capital. You know what I mean? And, like, that is
not
just
necessarily.
That just like, dude, you could not have fucking found a college kid that couldn't name 3 states.
I know this probably happens to you. You know this for a fact. The capital of the state you live in is Sacramento, correct? Capital, California. Yeah.
Yes.
There's people, and we know this for sure, in every state capital, every capital of the world probably, that do not realize the city they live in is the capital.
Yeah.
There's someone in Sacramento. There's probably tons of people in Sacramento who are just like, I love Sacramento. It's whatever. It's a great city. And then it's like not realizing, like, hey, what's the capital of California? I don't even know. Hey, dude, it's the city you fucking lived in your whole life. Because I've learned about people from Louisiana that did not know Baton Rouge was the capital. And it's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, how the fuck can you not know that? It's not like it's a fucking secret. It's not like no one ever fucking told you. It's like you haven't heard it a million fucking times. It's like you should know that. You don't know a fucking state? Where the fuck do you live? And like we have to wonder with people like that are so fucking ignorant. It's like, did no one ever talk to them? Did they not have peers or parents or anyone that ever fucking said like, hey, what state do you live in? You know, like what kind of development did you have that the most fundamental basic things about your existence you don't even know? Like, you don't know what fucking country you live in? You don't know what state you live in? You don't know what city you live in? Like, how does that version of, I don't know. I just don't know how that version of reality fucking works. I've met people like that. I just don't get it. And they're fine. They seem to be alive and well. So it's like, I guess it's not actually vital information.
I work as a substitute teacher. I can't tell you how many times I've seen staff debate on whether to ban smartphones or not to mention kids who don't give a fuck about the world around them. I mean, yeah. Like I said earlier, teachers have been fucking sounding the alarm bells on this shit for a long time. This is not new. And I tend to defer to them when it comes to educating children. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy in that way. But I think the people that, you know, spent their college career studying how to do that maybe have something to speak to when it comes to this shit. And, you know, I see now why there were so many teachers that were so resistant to the technology, because they saw it as a distraction in the room, in the teaching environment that was already filled with the distraction of being overpopulated with kids. Class size is too big already, and now you want to put a bunch of computer screens in the class? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you want to drop a bunch of iPads in the middle of this fucking weird, like 50-person classroom that I can barely keep in? Like, why? You know, and I understand it now.
Chaos. That sounds like chaos, dude.
It was. Dude, those fucking laptop carts, by the way, that the fucking people of the area that I lived in paid millions of dollars in taxes for, were destroyed within a couple of weeks. Literally destroyed. Keys missing off the keyboards, because come to find out, kids don't respect something if it's not theirs. If it's not their iPad or whatever, they're tossing it around, fucking with it, pulling things off of it, spitting on it, shitting on it, blowing boogers on it, you know, covering it and fucking it was fucking horrible.
That's the like that, like a lot of public spaces, that's the American mentality. It's like if you go to a public restroom, right? It's like generally it looks like a fucking bomb went off, unless you're lucky and they just cleaned the fucking thing. It's like, holy shit. So the American public does not treat things well. And those devices, you know, those things are getting slammed around, and that's why they break constantly. Those things break all the fucking time, dude. That's why you had a job. It's just like, guess what? If those things never fucking broke, you probably barely have anything to do. It's like literally the school district had to be like,
they would have fired me if I had gotten that. If there was a way to get those fucking schools into a place where like basically it just ran itself, I wouldn't have had a job. I did nothing but chase around fucking failing technology and bugged technology and broken technology for 8 years of my life. And judging from this study, it doesn't look like it availed the children of that school district of much.
Yeah. I'm interested to see this peer reviewed, some other minds, and evaluate it. I do want to answer one thing. Someone's like, why does it matter if someone knows the capital or not? It's like, it's not that they actually have the knowledge of what the capital is or why a capital exists. It's just saying in the context of the reality they live in, it's such basic information. You figure they would know it. It's just like saying, like, you know, a very basic, what city do you live in?
Right.
What road do you live off of?
Who's the president of the United States?
Yeah, those are very basic questions that are just like common knowledge.
Name 3 countries in Europe. Name a country in Africa. Name a continent. Naming, you know, like these types of things. Like, how are you 20 years old and you're wandering around and you just can't summon up 3? Like, I'm not saying like everybody should be able to rattle off every country in the world or whatever.
No, of course not. And that's not
the fact that nobody, like, your worldliness level is down to the point where you can't name 3 European countries. You can't name 3 countries in Asia. You can't name 1 country in South America. To me, you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking absurd. And I don't know, I don't know what the answer is, but it's going to have to be addressed. One way or the other. Netanyahu says he told the U.S. that he opposes a Palestinian state in any post-war scenario. Good to know.
It's honestly a nothing article, and I'll tell you why. Because it's already his position beforehand.
Right. We
That's
knew
been
this
the
was his
position of his.
position.
Yeah, this has been the position of his government before this conflict even started. He wasn't going to suddenly change it. This war, if anything, has made him more hardline. He was a hardliner to begin with, and he's going to remain that. And if anything, this just strengthens the resolve to do that because it's given him political capital.
It's so strange that Paul doesn't realize that dumb people like that have existed in every generation. I didn't say that. I just said that they're far more widespread, and it's far more obvious now than it was when I was growing up. Dude, I grew up around some people who were fucking like my mom never finished high school.
Right.
And she could name you 3 countries. Okay. So like, it's not about being smart. It's about being uneducated. That's the difference that we're
Like
talking about.
blissfully ignorant almost. It's just like prizing ignorance over knowledge. I'm more of the thought of Bill and Ted 2, where George Carlin was teaching the kids in the future with videos and holograms. Well, hey, in the Bill and Ted universe, it definitely worked.
Yeah, it definitely worked.
So maybe there, like, if you're in that universe, you're in that reality, then the holograms and shit, like the kid is just learning like crazy.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, on Thursday rejected calls for the United States to scale back Israel's military offensive in the Gaza Strip to take steps towards the establishment of a Palestinian state after the war, drawing an immediate scolding from the White House. The tense back and forth reflected what has become a wide rift between the two allies over the scope of Israel's war.
A wide rift.
Yeah, a wide rift as we just continue funding it.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, I love this. They know it's politically unpopular, so they have to act like they oppose it, but they're just powerless to do anything about it.
Dude, I know I must be high if they're saying that shit. It's a wide rift between the government. Okay, look, we've given the government of Israel hundreds of billions of dollars. We're going to continue to give them billions of dollars. We've done that whether it's been a Democrat or Republican in power.
We looked at the numbers the other day. We've given twice as much money to Israel as any other state historically. We just, like less than a month ago, like a couple weeks ago, sent them a huge fucking weapons distribution, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, I think it was.
We're going to sell them tons of weapons. They're going to get tons more.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like this idea that you can like, it would be like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that would be absurd enough to if you were like the biggest crack dealer in the world, but you were whining about how crack was destroying the inner cities. I don't know.
Well, no, I think the biggest crack deal in the world, Paul, and then I'm the crackhead that comes to see you, and like you're selling me crack, and then people say, "Hey, stop selling Scotty crack," and you just go, I can't do it, man. It's like you have all the power. You could easily stop that. And you're just like, nah. I asked Scotty to stop. He said no. He said he wants to keep doing crack, and I've got no choice. I've got to sell it to him. I've got to. Okay, well, can you at least set some standards? Like maybe Scotty can't do crack every day.
Look, I asked him. I asked Scotty to scale back that crack use. Man, what do you want me to do?
I tried.
He just keeps coming and asking for more crack. And what am I supposed to do? Say no? I mean, come on.
It's like, our country is somehow powerless.
Geographic ignorance even worse when it comes to U.S. territories like Puerto Rico and Guam. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't expect you to be able to find, a bunch of fucking early college students right now that could tell you anything about Puerto Rico or Guam. So yeah, pretty fucked.
That's true. Scotty just loves crack.
In a nationally televised news conference, Netanyahu struck a defiant tone, repeatedly saying that Israel would not halt its offensive until it realizes its goals of destroying Gaza's Hamas militant group and bringing home all remaining hostages held by Hamas. He rejected claims by a growing chorus of Israeli critics that those goals are not achievable, vowing to press ahead for many months. We will not settle for anything short of an absolute victory. So this is just like the fucking... Israel, like if Israel and the United States had a tense relationship right now, Israel would not be running its mouth like this because the United States would be pulling funding from Israel and they wouldn't have the money to continue grinding out their war for the next month. They wouldn't have the money to support their state. So they'd have a lot more problems on their plate if America actually had an adversarial position against them in this. They don't. This is hand in glove, ladies and gentlemen. This was a fucking business transaction. The United States loves funding war. It loves funding the extermination of fucking small groups of people. It's big business, man. And we're not going to stop. Nobody cares to stop it. And that's that. I mean, look at some of these fucking pictures. There's people fucking bagging up corpses everywhere, huddling in front of their fucking destroyed cities, just bags of dead people and children laying in the streets. I mean, what do you got? What do you got?
You have basically hell on earth. That's what you have for the people that are over there. That's exactly what you've got. And you just got this region nowhere closer to a viable way forward. I mean, it's not there. I mean, like, and this is just pushing it even further away.
I think we already covered this, didn't we?
Yeah, we had a video. We had a video of it, but we can move on.
No more Baldwin. Sports Illustrated publishers. Sports Illustrated going down the tube, Scotty. Another magazine bites the dust.
No.
I mean, I gotta say, dude, I cranked out quite a few knuckle children to the swimsuit issue of Sports Illustrated back in my day.
I mean, look, that's one reason you ever got those magazines.
The future of Sports Illustrated,
sports.
Uncertain Friday. And for the publisher of the iconic magazine and website, laid off most or probably all of its guild-represented staff. Its union said. A memo sent to staff viewed by CNN, the magazine's publisher, said it was laying off the staff that work on the SI brand. Authentic Brands Group has owned the magazine and website since 2019. It sold the publishing rights to Arena Group, but the company missed a recent payment for those publishing rights and ABG revoked them, the publisher said in its memo. It's another difficult day in what has been a difficult 4 years for Sports Illustrated. Just another, I mean, it's an American, like, growing up, this was an American institution. Everybody, everybody's dad had a fucking subscription of this. It was just magazines in general.
Times have changed. I mean, like, there's obviously still sports journalism, but it's now on social media. It's now on podcasting. It's just evolved with the times. And it's not someone going and reading a print magazine. That's not where it is.
Yeah. Let's see. What else do we got? Oklahoma Red
Nintendo Power. Dude, Nintendo Power was the shit, dude.
Nintendo Power was cool. I had
I did TJ dirty. Dude, I did TJ dirty, dude, because there was a big deal about the 100th issue of Nintendo Power. And dude, TJ was like, the 100th issue. So like, I didn't give a fuck about Nintendo Power. I mean, I definitely liked it, and I'd read it after TJ, but I was always like, kind of ambivalent. I'm like, but TJ's the one that he had the subscription to Nintendo Power. He put all the posters on his wall. Was obsessed with getting it, and he just keeps talking about the 100th issue, right?
Yeah.
But I'm way better at paying attention to shit than TJ. TJ, he's kind of absent-minded. So like, I just waited by the mailbox every fucking day. I think it came out in the summer, but whenever it was. I lived in Louisiana, so I was a kid, so I have no idea what the fucking time of year it was. But I'm waiting. The fucking mailman comes. Literally, I'm like, is that Nintendo Power? He's like, hands it to me. I run up to TJ and I'm like, I got 100th issue Nintendo Power. He chases me. I lock myself in and read the entire thing before TJ can read it, dude.
Damn.
Dude, I fucking read his Nintendo Power. I looked at all this shit. And Paul, you know how it is back in the day reading a magazine, all those nice pages stuck together, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Like, but you just kind of, look how beautiful and crisp it is.
The crisp smell of that new magazine.
I fucking was, fucking manhandling it, fucking rolling it. Look at this. Fuck you, TJ. You fucking deserve, bitch.
Furries beware. Oklahoma rep filed a bill to have animal control remove furries from the school grounds. Hey, look, I think this is actually respecting furries. I think it is. Like, look,
call animal control.
Yeah, you calling it? Like, look, dude, that's who deals with the animals. State legislator at Oklahoma has pre-filed a bill that would ban students who identify as furries from schools. No, really. The legislation goes so far as to mandate that animal control services be contacted to remove offending students from campuses.
Now, look, if they want to live their personas, dude, and they're saying they're a wolf, they're a fucking fox, they're some weird little fucking woodland creature, their ass should be removed like the fucking vermin they are.
Here's the guy is talking
People
about
are
it.
gonna call me insane for running this bill. Hell, I'd say they're
No, I
insane
don't.
if you got an animal coming to school.
Don't hear it. Oh, you
How
I hear
about we get them vaccinated? How about we get them neutered? And how about we send them to the pound? I don't want to see some kid going to the bathroom in
wait.
you know.
I don't think they should be sent to the pound. If they have owners, they should be sent back to their owners.
Yeah. You should
Look,
make
I'm a
every
moderate.
effort. Yeah, you should make
I'm
every
moderate.
effort to return them to their homes. But if you can't find their homes, the pound seems like the logical place.
Dude, this guy's a troll, dude. This is 100% just a troll move. You know, it's never gonna fucking happen.
This
It's
is
just like,
funny,
give me
dude.
attention. It's
This
fun.
shit is hilarious.
In a litter box, in a kitty litter. Those people up there have lost their mind letting these people pretend to be animals in the classroom. If they're going to be animals, let's send them a pound. Let's send them home. We're not. How do you teach a cat math?
How do you teach a cat? I don't know. Dude, you know what? These conservatives normally terrible arguments. I don't know. I do not know how you teach a cat math.
Fucking
I have not
good
figured that
question,
one out.
bro. This guy has shut down any counter argument that I could possibly make.
I
dude.
support
don't
this
know.
bill.
Yeah, I think this is the humane way to go about it. And look, if nobody claims the furries after fucking 30 days, I think, look, you got to fucking humanely destroy them, right?
I mean, that's, you know what, you make every effort. Like, look, this furry's on his last day. Then he's gonna go to the big litter box in the sky. He's gonna go up there. Unless you fucking act
Dude,
now.
I love humanity, but man, if this dystopia could include furries fighting to be let out of the local pound,
Please adopt me. I'll be a good pet. You know, we're like, I don't really. Do you imagine the families going, I don't really care for that one. I don't really.
Yeah.
He's on his last legs. Please, they're gonna kill me tomorrow. I just don't. Sorry. You kind of stink. You cracked that seal, and little Billy passed out. We can't take a chance. I'm sorry. Please, they're gonna gas me. You'll be all right. I'm sure someone will come along and adopt you. Oh, dude, there's gonna be some dead ass furries, dude. I mean, Paul, you imagine that a furry gets selected, you're gonna go home, you're getting a forever home. They crack that seal because they're just getting a little excited, and it's like,
yeah,
they'll never be adopted.
No.
Tucker here said, as an IRL sports writer, it hurts me to see what Arena Group's done to Sports Illustrated. This is for Paul. Paul, do you like Wendy's? Well, how do you like Wendy's nuts are in your face?
Oh, shit. No.
Here's $10 towards a Baconator.
Fuck you, buddy.
Oh, dude, I want a Baconator, boy. I save mine for the gauntlet. That's when I always save mine. That's when I was like, dude, break out the Baconator when it's 6 hours of dog shit. When it's 6 hours of some horrible shit. Now, the last one wasn't really that. It was just horrible crimes. It wasn't actually, horrible as in like Andrew Tate I got lucky on that one. Matt Walsh was probably the worst one for me.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're doing another one, guys. Not a Matt Walsh one. But we're doing Roseanne Barr. Ugh. Rob Schneider.
Ugh.
Oh my god, dude. Rob fucking Schneider, man. Oh my fucking god. Oh, dude, he might be the worst, dude. Like, oh, dude, I don't know. Rob just fucking, he makes me feel fucking weird. God, what's the fucking last one? Who's the fucking last person we're doing? Andrew Tate. Oh my god,
Tate.
dude. I think did I fucking repress that one, dude? It was like, who the fuck is it?
You can't run away from it though, Scotty.
Oh
You're gonna
my
get
god, dude,
tated
Tate is
right
coming
in the
back.
fucking face, dude. You're gonna get tated up.
You guys have to become a patron. I think that's gonna be one of the fucking. That's gonna be a crazy one because you guys are getting the trifecta of dog shit. Schneider.
Oh, it's gonna be a nightmare.
Tate and Barr. I mean, how? Ugh. We just did Bill recently. I think Bill would have been. I'll be honest. I think Bill would have been up there if he hadn't got done recently.
Yeah, true.
Dude, Bill Maher fucking just worse and worse. Club Random is the worst thing he's ever fucking done. Just revealed him for the fucking spineless, just impudent shit that he is.
Well, Scotty, why don't you let us know where we are in the cavalcade of horrors that is before us here?
Oh God, we just made Roseanne shorts till we puke blood. We're at 513. We're on our way to our next one.
513. So we have made these first 3 here. I can't really do much about it because I don't have a keyboard right now, but
we've made them. They're made.
We've made them. So we will be taking a look at TJ's banned from Wendy's video and the comments thereof. We're gonna take a look at Ben Shapiro reacting to Lil Nas X trolling the fuck out of him. We're gonna watch Roseanne shorts till we vomit blood. That's on the agenda right now, Scotty.
And if you guys keep donating, then Florida man does whatever a Florida man can.
Yep, 750 will be Florida man striking again. 900 will be our dog shit Triple Crown, Bar, Tate, Schneider, all of them coming at you. And our stretch goal for the night, $1,200. The DFF subreddit is
join the
blowing
fucking
up.
Patreon. Just dude, if we make that goal, ugh.
The subreddit is blowing up over this one, Scotty. We're gonna take a look at the horrible dystopian nightmare that is the DFF subreddit and see what they're bitching about in there this week. I don't even know. I guess we'll find out if we meet that.
I shudder to think of that.
I shudder as well to think of it. All right, I think we're done with this page now, so I can close that.
Florida man cometh.
Florida man giveth, and Florida man taketh.
I want to see that
away.
stretch goal met. Let's go, everyone. Yes.
That's right. The only ones that can make it happen are you. Look, it's out of our hands now.
The power.
Jesus, take the wheel. This is one of TJ's famous videos from, I think everybody would admit, the golden age of TJ Kirk.
This is the golden age of TJ Kirk. That's when TJ had energy, dude. Like, you know what's so weird is how high energy TJ is here. Very high energy.
TJ was full of piss and vinegar. And we're going to take a look at one of his more pissy and vinegary rants about being banned from Wendy's. Probably rightfully so, I would imagine.
Almost certainly.
I'm an
And I can
American.
vouch the story probably is totally true.
Fast food. I like Wendy's. I like the fact that
That's true.
when you order a combo meal at Wendy's, you can get something else other than fries.
Is this how it's going to be? This is how it's going to be? We're just going to...
Yeah. It's going to be like that?
It's already at 360p. There ain't much I can do to help this. Come on now. Don't be this way. Come on now, boy.
I've never understood the American preoccupation with fries. Ooh, salty strips of salt.
TJ. Dude, this is obviously TJ DDoSing the show right now.
I know.
TJ, what
TJ
the
is
fuck,
trying to
man?
prevent the fucking truth from fucking coming out.
The fuck, dude?
He's a piece of shit. Let's try this again.
Potato. Yummy! Fuck fries and fuck anyone with the last name Freeze, which is
Oh my god.
spelled the
Fuck
same
fries.
way as fries. But as much as I like Wendy's, I've got a few problems with Wendy's. Problem number 1, square burgers. What the?
You got a problem with a square burger, TJ? I mean, what does it matter what shape the fucking patty is? And the reason they have that,
look at how much vim and vigor he had just over the square burger though.
oh, I know. I mean, you can just see it. It's like fucking burning down to the depths of his soul. But TJ, you also know the square burger was so every bite had meat in it, TJ. So it's actually a great invention, and you should actually be praising it.
Just have Scotty host it. Well, that's what we'll do if this doesn't, shake out.
Yeah, I can host
going
it.
forward.
I know the theory behind the square burgers. It's supposed to
no, it's not shit on the fire. Oh,
bite is filled with meat.
correct.
You see, when you eat a round burger, every time you take a bite of the burger, you're pulling the meat a little bit forward, so that last little bite of burger doesn't have any meat in it. It's just bread and condiments and all that stuff. Well, boo-hoo. But the square burger doesn't really address this problem. All the square burger does is assure a less cohesive patty that falls apart as you eat it.
Not
Any
true.
honest person who
This is bullshit. This is just slander
true.
and lies.
Okay,
against
number one,
Wendy's.
you've seen TJ eat a burger. TJ has a giant gaping fucking maw, dude. He's not like this, like, oh, it's falling apart. Well, being realistic, most burgers for TJ are probably 2 or 3 bites.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
he's got
so
he's got a Lovecraftian maw for sure.
Yeah. So like this, like the burger is falling apart. It's like, no, it's not, TJ. Like your ass could fucking eat the burger in probably 2 bites. Like a small one. Maybe a Baconator for TJ probably, because it's so big, is probably like 5 or 6 bites. But that's about it.
If that.
And you can't tell me the Baconator you're having that experience, dude.
No.
Can testify to the fact that their burgers fall apart. But
no, they don't.
Worse than their little square dainty burgers is this sandwich that they have called the Baconator. And I don't.
Oh my fucking God. TJ, what is wrong with you?
Dude, now this motherfucker supposedly stands these. He loves, oh my God, I fucking love bacon. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna get a Baconator. He doesn't remember his own content. He literally talks shit on the fucking Baconator, dude. He's talks fucking shit on the
taking the name of the Baconator in vain. TJ, what are we supposed to fucking do with this, TJ?
This is fucking shocking, TJ.
This is beyond the pale. This is unbelievable that you even fucking said these words, TJ.
I don't mind bacon, and I don't mind burgers, and hell, I don't even mind when you put bacon on a burger. But to call a burger the Baconator, I mean, it's obviously supposed to be evocative of Terminator. What is it terminating? It's terminating you when you die of a heart attack at the age of 27 from actually eating the damn thing.
You know what, TJ? I started eating Baconators before I was 27. I'm still alive now.
What is TJ? Is TJ like a health food guru back in the day now?
I know,
the fuck is
such
this?
a strange. You figured TJ would love the Baconator. Like TJ should be fucking like sticking his dick in between the patties, man. But instead he's like, it's not. Well, I don't even mind bacon cheeseburger, but this is too far. You're a fat fuck, TJ. Was it really too far?
This is. I mean,
this is sacrilege.
This is sacrilegious and shocking. And I kind of wish TJ was here to account for this fucking blasphemous nonsense.
This is getting brought up when TJ comes back because
he's gonna account for this for sure. He has to. This is bullshit. This is utter bullshit that he got away with this.
It's not even the Baconator I have a problem with. It's the triple Baconator. You have a burger and it has 1 beef patty
you,
on
TJ.
it.
You know what, TJ? I don't even want you back on this fucking show until you repent. You need to fucking eat a triple Baconator on stream and apologize.
This is bullshit because you know that TJ at this fucking age would have took down a fucking triple Baconator. He probably went and got one right after he filmed this.
I can't believe he would fucking say this shit, dude. A triple Baconator is too much. Then I'm gonna triple Baconator next show. I can't even look. My bloodline has fucking been dishonored. I feel actually just nothing but shame and dishonor right now.
Yeah, dude.
Triple Baconator is garbage.
Next gauntlet, I'm getting a triple or 2. I'm getting a fucking triple Baconator.
This can't fucking stand
as penance for having this on this person on our show.
We personally apologize to everyone here. We did not expect today to be so shocked by TJ's sacrilegious and immoral rant. It's factually just untrue. The Baconator is one of the greatest sandwiches ever invented. It's tasty and it's delicious. And TJ has proclaimed to love them and be envious several times on the show and has bought them. But look, it gets even worse. I think TJ comments here.
Let's see if we can find his comment.
Go to reply the top one and see. Go to. I think it might be a reply to the top one.
Okay. He replied in here somewhere.
I think so.
Let's see.
He basically says like he would never get a Baconator, I believe.
Oh,
is this it? Oh, yeah, let's see that one.
I don't know. I don't know where maybe he went and deleted the comment.
Oh, you know what? It's probably because I probably have access to his account. That's probably why I saw his and where he replied.
Oh shit! TJ fucking hiding the replies. TJ,
dude, what the fuck, TJ?
What have you done, TJ?
I'm gonna see if I can find it, dude. I'm gonna go on his account because I can access his shit.
Yeah.
And I might be able to see it there. Let's see, banned from Wendy's. And I can assist. Tell you which one looks so banned from Wendy's. That's my fucking video. I'm TJ in this.
No, TJ doesn't get to eat a burger as penance for this. That would just be counterproductive.
All right, so it's a response to someone called Big Boy 4545. So if you just type that in, you can find it.
Big Boy, I can't type.
Oh shit.
Let me see. I'll look. It's got to be up here. I mean, Big Boy. We're looking. We're looking for anything with
boy.
Looking for anything that's got some replies on it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he hid the fucking. I don't know.
I'll just show people.
Yeah,
Might
you
be
can.
easier.
Yeah, just share it. Show them.
Let's see.
Give them the what's what.
Because TJ obviously is trying to hide the truth.
Yeah, he's clearly got his account restricted so that people can't see this shame. It's mark of shame.
I have never eaten a Baconator, and I don't ever plan on eating one.
Oh,
can you fucking believe this shit?
My fucking god!
I have never eaten a Baconator, and I don't ever plan on eating one. I mean, everyone, please take a screenshot of this. This just proves. I mean, TJ says he loves Baconators. I mean, look. I have never eaten a Baconator, and I don't ever. I mean, he means for this when he made this comment 13 years ago for the rest of his fucking life. I don't ever plan on eating one.
Wow.
And if you go and look at the streams he's done on this show, gauntlets, some regular episodes, he has eaten a Baconator. This is, I mean, and he attacks the Baconator in this video, and he's of course been a hypocrite and eaten one since then. Now praises them.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable that TJ has been allowed to get away with this travesty. And see, this is part of the problem, man. He talks so much that you never, like, a lot of this stuff goes under the radar.
It does.
Railing against the Baconator. Unbelievable.
And we haven't heard why he's banned
That's
from Wendy's.
standard. Yummy burger. All right. You got 2 patties on it? That's cool. I'm a big guy. I could use a little bit more meat. I'll take a 2-patty burger. But if you put 3 patties on your burger for anything but a special occasion.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is this, dude? TJ fucking arguing for less beef.
Less patties. I've never seen TJ go like, oh yeah, what's this burger? Oh, it's 3 patties of fucking something. Can you make it with less patties, please? Never. Those words have never come out of TJ's mouth. Flay TJ, yeah. Yeah, flay him. Flay him, draw and quarter TJ. When's it happening?
It's a shame. It's a shame he's taken this path, and for years now, Paul, been a false friend to you.
I know.
Lied to your face. When we have clear evidence. And I mean, look, people can the shit the britches thing. People can make an argument. Oh, she didn't. He got back in time. He didn't. Whatever argument you want to make, whatever ridiculous set of circumstances you want to give TJ the benefit of the doubt. There's no benefit of the doubt here. This is a publicly released video by TJ, and he publicly commented he would never eat a Baconator. He never plans on it. Never had one. Never will. Strange.
Asian, you are a disgusting tub of shit. That's not even a burger anymore. It's just a mountain of meat with some bread on both sides to trick you into thinking it's a burger. And then to look at that mountain of meat and say, you know what?
Sorry, it's time to censor this show for you guys because the views being presented here are disgusting. They're vile. I apologize.
Yeah, we do not. Obviously, Scotty and I disavow these statements. And we're only showing them for the purposes of critique and commentary.
I mean, as many people out there are fat, we know that this is, shocking to hear that someone would actually advocate for less meat and cheese and bacon. But, it does happen.
Knowing TJ, let me run this by you and see if this fucking tracks with you. Knowing TJ, I think I know what was going on at the time this was made. TJ was on another one of his diets.
Probably.
And he was gung-ho as fuck about it. And made this video as a way to just nail down, like, I don't need no 3 patties on my burger. I never will eat a burger. Dude, I gotta be right about this. This had to
It
be
sounds
right
like it.
towards the beginning of one of TJ's abortive diets, and he was gassing himself up. But I mean, this is just blasphemy here. I mean, TJ's fat credentials are in fucking question at this point.
I mean, they have to be. I mean, how could they not be? I mean, anyone that's trying to defend TJ here, I mean, you literally just have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, there's just clear and convincing evidence. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
this
TJ
is
shat his
diet
britches. I mean, TJ fucking denied the Baconator. He denied the holy divinity of the Trinity of the triple Baconator. And you defend him? You're a fucking piece of garbage. I mean, like, I just can't even imagine anyone that would stand up for TJ's lies and deceit when it's, I mean, like, look, it's right there. I mean, like, look, you guys can make an argument. Oh, TJ misspoke. Look, TJ dedicates time in this video, a famous video of his, viewed hundreds of thousands of times, and publicly states, I've never had a Baconator and never plan on it.
Yep.
I mean, what do you? I mean, just I don't.
Unbelievable.
Denial. You're in denial. TJ is a fucking lying sack of shit, and we have the proof.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to go before the fucking fat board and account for these statements, because I got to tell you, that is unbelievable that he would.
His fat card is not revoked. I'd be amazed. I mean, I think his fat card seriously that needs to be revoked.
Moving on to our next goal of the night, our 350 goal. Ben Shapiro reacting to J Christ by Lil Nas X. Coming up next, Roseanne Shorts Till We Puke Blood. And, hey, if you guys don't make it to the next one, Florida Man Strikes Again. We've got $750 for that. I don't know. I've got about another $100 probably.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Then the show shall end.
The show will end unless you donate now. Donate. TJ is a false prophet.
We got to eat this shit sandwich first. Here's Ben Shapiro having a bad reaction to Lil Nas X's latest video.
Alrighty, folks, I've been informed by my producers, particularly Savvy, that there is a new video out, a new music video from one of our favorite artists here at the Daily Wire, Lil Nas X. No. That was the name he came out of his mother with. She looked at him and she said, I shall call him Lil Nas X. Now, I had first seen this human.
Top tier.
He was in one of the worst.
Just top tier joke, dude.
I mean, yeah, that was I had to mute myself because of the belly buster of a laugh that I got from that one, dude.
Oh man. Yeah, his name is funny. Okay, man. Right, bro. We get it. Oh, yeah, these memes are painful. Oh, don't worry, there's plenty more.
Town Road. Remember that song?
He just called Old Town Road one of the worst songs ever created. I mean,
it's not.
It's it's like one of the most popular songs ever created by Billboard charts.
It's terrible. It's a terrible song. It's like, no, actually, it's not even that terrible of a song.
Well, then he decided that he was pretty obviously gay in that song, and then he was like, well, I'm going to just confirm what everybody already knows. I'm gay, and I'm never going to stop singing about being gay, but I'm also going to combine that with a dramatically blasphemous take on religion in literally everything. I'm going to take Like a Prayer from Madonna.
How dare he be gay? How dare he be gay? And how dare he make videos with religious iconography?
I mean, the problem wasn't that he was gay, it's that he was openly gay.
And blasphemous, too.
He started being openly gay, and that's where the wheels came off.
So blasphemous. My producers forced me to watch its naked body gyrate around.
Oh. They tied me down to the chair and oiled my body up with baby lotion. Tweaked my nipples while I watched it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it broke something else besides the records.
Lil Nas
my pants.
Turn that up to an 11. And so, we've had videos of him dressed.
And look, notice that now that TJ's video is over, everything's playing fine. More fucking examples of T-jabotage going on, dude.
I hate to say it, but
dude.
I hate to say it, but I mean, look, everything tracks.
Yeah, so and this is just a blatant reason for Ben Shapiro to clickbait on the images of Lil Nas X dick riding fucking Satan. Like, I love when they cover this shit and they act like it's so objectionable and blasphemous, but they can't help but show all the most salacious parts of it.
Look at it. Giving Satan a lap dance. So
Like, this Lil Nas X guy's getting all the views. We've got to capitalize too. Let's be outraged. You know,
That's like, but also,
blatant.
wait a minute. Isn't this what you would expect Satan to be doing? Some blasphemous, fucked up, shitty Satan. He's supposed to be
Yeah.
fucking praising Jesus. I mean, come
Panic
on.
costume, lap dancing Satan, and all the rest. Well, now he's doing the opposite. He's not lap dancing Satan. Now he has a new song called J Christ. James? John? Who knows?
I mean, if you knew anything about anything, you would know that Jesus went by J to his friends, okay? They'd be like, yo, what up, J Dog? And he was like, yo, is that J Christ over there? So you just don't know shit about shit.
Could be any Christ. Anyway, here is some of this silly video.
No.
For this. Okay, so you have a line of people, and they are walking up to heaven, I assume.
Going to heaven. Yeah, what a blatantly anti-Christian message.
Yeah. I don't
People
know. Are we
going
gonna
up
be
to
all
heaven.
like I know Ben Shapiro gets away with showing this much of this shit, but I don't know if we will. I guess we'll roll the dice,
Yeah,
baby.
I'm watching our stream too.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. And so,
I mean, yeah, it is.
Is
it is the good Lord.
Yeah, it is. Good Lord. It is the good Lord Lil Nas X come to bless you with his fucking sexy androgyny.
I want Ben Shapiro, like, he dies and goes to heaven. This is what he sees.
I know. He's like, oh,
I know he's
I was
Jewish,
faithful.
but, like, you know, whatever. He goes to
I
heaven.
see-
He goes to Christian heaven.
I see the light. Oh, somebody's walking towards me, and it's Lil Nas like, fresh dip necklace. He's like, no.
No, he'd be except we don't be saying yes.
in a dress, wearing a necklace that says sexy.
We only settle when it's settlements. Let them slide, yeah. That wasn't quiet, yeah. Now I'm a ride.
Now, we're going down to, we're going.
Oh,
what would we do without without Ben Shapiro's scintillating commentary on this? Now, hold on. Now it looks like we're yes, we are going down into hell now. Now we're in hell.
We know where Ben wants Little Nas to go. He wants him to go down too.
Yeah.
Going to hell. He's still wearing ladies' clothing, but there are a bunch of disembodied parts there, which is, I don't know why this is supposed to be sexy. I didn't realize that disembodied parts were sexy.
Yeah. Ben, yeah, dude, Ben is so clearly turned on by this and doesn't know what to do with it.
Oh, dude, he's just rock hard the entire.
He can't even bring himself to act outraged about it.
By the way, he always has this. You can actually go back and see this. Anytime he has to watch something that he does want to watch but pretends he doesn't, he says his producer, "Look, my producers wrote me into another one." It's like,
yeah,
Ben, if you're the guy that owns the company, or at least is the head of your own show, you make the call about what goes on your show.
Yes, you do.
So,
and you've decided to show this in its entirety, so it can't be that objectionable, right? You're signal boosting it.
Dude, so God or Jesus Christ just dunked on Satan.
He did. Isn't this good? Isn't this a good thing?
I mean, he fucking jukes Satan and fucking has an amazing Michael Jordan-esque slam dunk and just like it's done.
Posterizes Satan. He fucking knocks Satan down, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Isn't this good?
No, because look how he's dressed, Paul. Look how he's dressed. Let's see some more.
What is even, man, has there ever been anyone as desperate for attention as this human?
Just you. It's Ben Shapiro, then Lil Nas X, and it's a short list, Ben.
Yeah, he's not by the way, he's not desperate for it. He already gets attention. He's already famous.
And by the
He's
way,
not
this
desperate
guy's
for attention.
This guy's so obviously more desperate for attention than you that you're playing his video in its entirety so that you can get some of the attention that he's getting. But talk to us more about who's attention seeking here, Ben. Come on, buddy.
Right.
It's so just bizarre and boring. Up now, here is Jesus. Yeah, I gotta go the whole way.
And I told him it's a busy. Turn up, baby, we gon' have to check out at like 6A. Really, it's 8 but your Uber on a Wednesday.
What is this? This is like a horrific LSD dream.
Well, I tell you what, I just learned. Ben has never done LSD.
Yeah, no way, dude. That's not at all what it's like. I'm not even close, man. This isn't like, dude, if that was my LSD dream, I would be like, that is fucking crazy and awesome, dude. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck did I imagine? Like, no, that's not at all what it's like.
I don't even know what's it even like about this. It's just boring. Let me continue. Let's watch some more.
Yeah, it's why it's not provocative or anything. It's not getting people to talk about it and get me more views and more money.
Now what's he wearing? Now what's he wearing? Oh, that tingle in my pants is so evil. What's he wearing now? Oh God, this is so objectionable. We really ought to not be showing this, but let's watch some more.
You have photographers who have their tongues out over him dressed in a weird costume.
A really weird costume. That costume was weird.
Just weird to me. Just dressed differently.
Just so different, and it's like just like the weirdness has an attraction. It's all its own. Let's watch some more.
Met Gala.
I'm out, I pray. You know when I'm back, it's all for tape. You know that I'm ready for everything.
Oh, he's Noah now. Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the flood.
Yeah, he's Moses now, dude. He's fucking parting the Red Seas and shit. Or is Noah and Moses? I don't know. He's Noses.
Dude, he's kind of doing both. Fuck.
He's Moa, dude. He's become Moa.
The world's underwater, dude. He fucking parted some. He's doing all this shit.
I mean, first of all, first person to go if God brings back the flood from the Bible, this guy.
Jesus Christ is the first one.
Yeah,
really?
He's not going to wipe away the dude that's already celebrating who he's going to wipe away. He's going to go after Lil Nas X. This is the first guy he's going
He's
after.
the first guy, the rapture to list the fuck over. Like, okay, first guy we're fucking over, Lil Nas X. He made this video praising God, obviously. I mean, okay. Strange, but, you know, I guess Ben knows best.
Yeah, I guess so.
Is he about to give him something viral? Is he about to hit him with the
First of all, bad song. Okay, so now he's on his ship. It's lots of waves.
Wow. I mean, I take it all back. When he said now he's on his ship and lots of waves, you know what? That's some deep commentary on this that I haven't heard from anybody.
He's on a boat and there's waves and it's like a flood. And this guy's going to hell.
Why is this so long? I feel like I've been here for 3 years already. Okay, so it's the perfect storm. Waiting for Mark Wahlberg to show up. Nope, back on the cross. Nope, back on the ship.
Nope, now we're over here. Nope, now we're over there. Now we're everywhere. Wow.
He has to, like, he has nothing to say, so he has to provide commentary, obviously, to get this monetized. I think that's all it is. Is like they just know the exact amount of screen and shit you can show and the amount of stuff he has to say in order to get the views. And you know, obviously, he wants to watch this.
Of course.
I mean, we all know how performative these conservative videos are. I mean, Bench Pro doesn't give a fuck about this video.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he does to ogle it, Lil Nas X, but that's about it.
Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. So I'm not a Christian, but my assumption was that when you became a Christian, something has to change about you. What changed?
Wait a minute. What changed?
I mean, he started wearing fucking hot, sexy, androgynous outfits and pumping out fucking massive hits. That's what changed.
What was so the criteria to be a Christian, right? Is just to be a Christian, to accept Jesus and all that bullshit. Like, that's all you have to do. It's not like, and by the way, you have to dress like a stodgy conservative.
Yeah, I don't remember reading that in the Bible. I don't remember reading that. I don't remember reading that a sinner can't be a Christian either. In fact, I think I remember reading the opposite. that all Christians are sinners. All Christians are hypocritical at their core. That's the point.
Original
That's why,
sin.
That's why they need forgiveness from Jesus, right? I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand.
Yeah, there's no true Christian. Not true Christian.
You know the old expression, nope.
No?
Man, I got to say something. I kind of wish that Anchorman had never happened so that unfunny people could stop using clips from it to try and spice up their dry bullshit. That seems to be all it's worth now. It's just a quick clip of something funny from that movie because this is really dry and boring.
No, in fact, he's the exact same person. He's just now getting even more blasphemous in the imagery that he uses. I feel like what Christians...
Is that more blasphemous? I mean, what would be more blasphemous? Dressing up like Jesus on the cross or literally fucking riding Satan's cock in hell? I don't know.
Yeah, this should be an improvement.
Yeah, you would think that would be a step up from riding a demon's dick. I mean, he dunked on a demon in this one, right? That's what you would do, right?
But he wears blasphemous clothing, Paul. It's blasphemous.
Oh, I guess.
It's so offensive.
Don't do is prance around in garb of the opposite.
Let's show some more. Let's cut back to that part where he's dressed as a sexy cheerleader at this point. Yeah, I liked that part.
Yeah, you're a dirty
Acts,
old
and then portray themselves as Jesus on the cross in back-to-back shots. I feel like that's
why though. Jesus was tempted, right? Mary Magdalene, right? Jesus was tempted. It's not like Jesus didn't have a dick and balls and desires.
Yeah,
It's in the Bible.
I mean, Satan tested Jesus in the Bible as
Right.
well. I mean, he had a bunch of trials and tribulations. That was the whole thing, is that he would have to go through it to give you everlasting life. That's the whole point of his life. In that story and that theology.
It's not something that the Christians are super hot on. And in fact, the New Testament is not super hot on. Certainly the Old Testament, super not hot on that.
Not cool. Not cool.
So clearly his new Jesus-driven era has changed Lil Nas X in extraordinary
The Bible
ways.
is also cool with horrible things. So you can't say the Bible's not cool with this. The Bible's also cool with slavery. The Bible's also cool with the
Child
subjugation
murder.
of women. Yeah, child murder. I mean,
Genocide, rape, the obliteration of the entire species multiple times.
destroying whole cities. Yeah, I mean, like, there's the list goes on and on and on. Like, so the Bible's no source of morality. Or if you have to say it is, then you have to say those things are permissible, but him not wearing women's clothing or what's considered women's clothing is not.
I think at this point we might want to put up some more of that sexy Lil Nas X dancing while I'm making this next point. Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see how
so
long he goes
disgusting.
without putting this horrible, objectionable, blasphemous shit back on the screen so he can monetize it some more.
How he worships Jesus, by which he means he worships himself, pretending to be Jesus. Our culture, like, honestly, I think that we've run out of shock. Like, there's no more shock. It's all gone. It's all just parody of itself.
No, we haven't, because you people fucking foamed at the mouth over a beer having a trans person on the bottle. I mean, no, your shock is not gone. It's almost exclusively a right-wing purview now. You guys have taken over as the concerned little pearl-clutching pussies, and now it's your time to shine.
Lil Nas X dressed up as Jesus and Sam Smith gallivanting around 50 pounds overweight, looking all weird, dressed up like Satan. And like, where do they go from here? Like, what? Honestly, we'll get to more on this in just 1 second. Don't threaten me with a good time, because I think they could get even more blasphemous. What if next time Lil Nas X is Jesus on the cross, then he climbs down off the cross and just blows Satan? You know, that would be worse, right? They could go there.
I think they should. I mean, who knows what Lil Nas is going to do next?
So that's Ben's take on it, I guess. Not very shocking. We're gonna move on to our Roseanne shorts here in a second till we puke up blood. But after that, after we've puked blood, the show will end unless we
We're
make our
at
next goal.
587, so we got a ways to go. So we got $163 to yeah, that's right, $163 to go. So if you want the show to continue, better start fucking donating.
Yep. Now would be the time to donate if you want the show to continue. If you don't, then hey, just kick back, and this will be our last segment. It's going to be a doozy, though. We got a lot of Roseanne shorts here to get through, unfortunately, Scotty. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Okay. Well,
So let's give it a shot. Let's see
it
what we
must
got.
be done. It must be done.
Pro chemical and pro Monsanto and all that crazy shit.
I'm so not. You know that.
Are you shitting me? The shit you say drives me berserk.
Okay, you can attack me on many things.
No, I'm not
But
going to attack you. I'm just
but
conversing.
I'm just.
Listen,
I know, but I
wait,
want
No, give me
I
your
need
hand.
to straighten you out on
no,
something.
No, straighten me.
Yes, because
bitch, you don't even know. No,
Okay,
you won't
okay,
straighten
but
me out. I'm 70.
If I want
No, put your hand down right there. Do it.
No.
Put your hand there.
Why? What are you going to do?
I'm going
Slap
to
me?
cover it with mine, and I'm going to tell you that I love you.
I don't even like Roseanne, but this is just funny how she just treats Bill like a child.
I know.
Like he's
I
like,
love her.
okay, I won't do. All right, I will. Please, Roseanne, don't hurt me.
She's got him completely fucking wrapped around her little finger, dude. She owns Bill Maher right now.
I own you, Bill. Okay, Roseanne.
What a 180 that was.
I love you,
Okay.
and I don't want to hurt you.
I
Leave
love
your
you
fucking
too.
hand there. I washed mine.
Oh, that's
Listen.
right.
I love you, and I want to bring everybody together to see they're getting screwed and robbed. Okay? Now, are we on the same page with that?
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Dude, what a cuck.
Total cuck, dude.
What a
She
little bitch,
absolutely
dude.
fucking shut him down. Oh man, dude. Yeah,
All
Bill,
right,
you just
Bill,
ain't
here's
got
your
the skill.
opinion.
Yeah, let me
Oh,
tell you
dude.
what your opinion is.
Dude, fucking Bill is a little bitch.
Yeah, he's definitely. a
There's
little
no,
bit. Let's see. All right, what's she going off on him about here?
no fucking forgiveness, no matter how much money you
That's
give
true,
the
too.
bastards.
Oh.
That's what I found.
With kids, your kids.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
wait.
never will forgive me.
So Roseanne is a terrible parent, and the way she tried to solve the problem was, well, I'm rich, I'll give you lots of money. And they're like, fuck your money and fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of two minds on this. Because if my parents decided to atone for their parental failings by dumping a bunch of money on me, I wouldn't
Paul's
be
like-
mad about it, you know? So I don't know.
I don't know. Roseanne wasn't your parent, though.
Yeah, true.
I mean, that's what I mean, the way how I mean, the persona she puts out there is abrasive. I imagine it's obviously not who she really is, but I also imagine her actual personality is probably psychotic and just domineering.
I think you're probably right. He sounds so tired. He is tired. She's worn him down to a nub, and she controls his whole existence is controlled by Roseanne.
Ever, no matter I buy them a house, they don't forgive me.
You for what?
For the years of fame that I put them through. That's what they say.
Really?
Yeah,
But
they're
you-
all
well-
libtards. My daughters are all libtards, but thank God I have two sons that are patriots of this country.
Wow.
Got two sons that are like, gotta cash in on mom.
Yeah, want that gravy train to keep fucking
Mama.
flowing.
Yeah, mama, I'm not no little libtard, mama. I love Donald Trump or whatever.
People keep
Yeah,
pointing
they
this
can.
out, and I'm wondering to like what end. She openly admits she's loaded. Like that's her whole
Yeah.
thing is that
She's constantly loaded, dude.
you know, like it doesn't, you know, she knows. We know. Like we can tell.
Yeah, I don't, look, I mean, I don't even fucking care if she's loaded. I mean, as long as it's transparent, who gives a shit, dude? If he wants to get fucking loaded and be a dumbass or pretend to be one, because I don't really think Roseanne's a dumbass. I mean, as much as like,
No.
you know, some people you get that feeling that they're a dumbass, and you know, you just talk to them and it's confirmed. And I think Roseanne does say stupid shit, but I think she just parrots what she just hears back in these communities and what these people want to hear. The demographic that she has is people that believe a lot of shit like this.
And she's been doing that for a long time. You know, when she came out in the 80s, you know, women's lib was a big fucking thing. This idea that women could step outside of these kind of traditional roles of homemaker and teacher and be loud and boisterous and have their own opinions and shit. She created a whole character around it. Her early stand-up, she called herself the domestic goddess. And that's how she was billed for a long time. Roseanne Barr, the domestic goddess, because you know, her whole thing was like, I'm a woman, but I'm opinionated like a man, and I fucking have political opinions like a man, and I fucking scratch my fucking junk and drink beer like a man, and I do drugs like a man, and I enjoy fucking like a man. You know what I mean? Like, it was basically like a
Very
women's
progressive.
lib. Yeah, very progressive kind of women's lib, kind of changing gender roles kind of thing. And now that, you know, and that was very controversial back in the 80s. There were a lot of people that were really pining away for those old fucking days and shit. And she was a counter voice to that. And now the prevailing wisdom is like the people that are super triggered are all right-wing people. So of course she's on that gravy train now. Like, her job is being offensive and boisterous and out there and getting people to cover her like we're doing here, so that her fucking star.
Honestly, it's like a
continues to
renaissance
rise.
for her. Like, you know, and see, the funny thing is like Roseanne came out and was like, I was canceled. And it's like, yeah, you were canceled from a TV show. That is true. But her career is far from over. Clearly, she's found her niche of people she could milk. I mean, she has this grift going. And she has a podcast. She's all this shit. And it's like, I'm canceled. But it's like, you seem to be doing pretty well. Like, some of these things have tons of views. It's not like she's like in total obscurity. For someone her age to have those kind of views, I mean, that's pretty rare.
I mean,
Like
not many TV stars from her era are still relevant in conversation, you know, and like she's maintained and recaptured some of her cultural relevance. People are listening. People are pissed off again. People are angry at her. People are, you know, and that's exactly where
way more than she had. I mean, like, and people could say, "Oh yeah, well the TV show," but like, yeah, but that really wasn't Roseanne's politics so much. That was a very watered down version of her. Like, this is obviously she's trying to present it as like unfiltered. Like, I'm just like, you know, I'm the idiot speaking truth. You know, I'm the guy that's out there just telling you this is the truth, and you just don't want to hear it. That's what Roseanne is trying to give people, that impression that, look, it's all bullshit, and I'm the one that's going to reveal it's bullshit to you, and I'm the only one telling you the truth. And the only people that I support, like Donald Trump and conservatives, are the only truth tellers left. These other guys are insane.
Yep.
And any wacko conspiracy theory, I'm totally on board with that.
Here's another one where she came to visit with Bill.
So you're moving pretty good for 70.
Yeah, because I went to Joe Rogan's doctor and they hyped me up on all this testosterone.
No.
And it's changed my life.
Are you
For
serious?
real.
Are you fucking with me?
No, I ain't.
Because I know Joe is a big proponent
I know.
of that. I had that discussion once on his show, and I am of the school that I wouldn't do it, because if you do have cancer cells in your body, it can accelerate their growth. And we all do have some cancer cells. You know, we all have something, everything bad.
Fuck cancer.
Yeah. She says it. She lights the cigarette. Yes.
Don't underscore my joke.
You're right.
Oh my God, dude.
She's already putting him on the fucking chopping block, dude.
What a little bitch he is, dude. It's just like, you don't like, yeah, like my joke is my joke, dude.
This is what he does, though. He brings these right-wing personalities on, and then he lets them run roughshod all over him, and he pretends he's putting up a little pushback, but he always acquiesces. This is his role now in the media.
He's like a fucking child, dude. He's like a fucking child being led by the hand. I mean, she literally takes his hand in the other clip. It's just, this is pathetic, Bill.
Yeah, she's treating him like a little boy, and he's going along with it.
Oh,
He might like it.
Mommy. He must.
Some more Rosie for you. Are you puking blood yet, Scotty?
No, nothing
I
yet.
certainly support Trump, I'll tell you that. And I can tell you, I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And I lost friends over it. And I've never really actively
Yeah,
supported
we've seen the
anybody.
text, Tucker. We know that ain't true.
Yeah, I mean, you might sweep it under the rug, and from what, like, I've heard people talking like Trump might be ready to announce Tucker as his running mate and shit, and he is gonna have you under a fucking rock because of that tweet, dude. You think a guy like Trump is gonna forget somebody backstabbing him like that?
No.
Shit talking him in private? Hell fucking no, dude. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy for Tucker. If he ends up fucking
dude, he'll be happy to have Tucker's support. I mean, if Tucker's out there fucking as a mouthpiece for him.
I'm talking behind the scenes though. Tucker's gonna be his bitch, dude.
Oh, he's gonna have to. He won't have an audience if he's against Trump.
No, I like to watch. But I became an active Trump supporter when they raided Mar-a-Lago last summer, the summer of 2022. That can't.
Oh, okay. That's your little turn there. Is that when they raided Mar-a-Lago, you're just like, you know what? They've crossed the line in the sand. More like you were just waiting for the opportune time to be like, all right, Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck. Oh my God, too far. I love Trump. And then everyone's like, yeah, talking right.
Dude, if they did this shit to fucking Biden, if they raided his little compound and shit and brought him up on a bunch of charges,
What are they hiding?
They'd be going
What are they hiding, Paul?
crazy. They'd
Yeah,
be
dude.
fucking, they'd love every second of it.
What
It's just
was
so
on that
transparent.
laptop? Yeah, it's like, dude, Tucker would fucking love it, dude. He'd be fucking coming in his fucking pants harder than TJ shits his fucking britches, dude. He'd be fucking immediately, yes.
Agree with Trump on a lot, but even if I disagreed with Trump on a lot, I'd still be a Trump supporter because you cannot allow that. You cannot allow the regime, the
Wait,
president
what?
of the United States, to
Even if you disagreed with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Then why support him?
I don't know.
use the Justice Department to knock the front runner out of the race. You can't do that.
No, you
Donald
can't
Trump
do that.
fired the head
So
of the
it's-
FBI for investigating him.
Yeah. They didn't
Like,
have a
wait a
problem with
minute,
that.
what?
They supported that.
I
It's just
mean,
so selective and so obviously barefaced and hypocritical. And the fact that there are people out there that are dumb enough to line up behind this type of argumentation and have it be fucking convincing to them is unreal to me.
I mean, it's the equivalency of when we're sold that Trump is basically going to destroy America, so you have to vote for him. It's kind of the same thing. It's just like, I mean, what is the other guy going to do? He's going to destroy the country. Joe Biden's going to destroy America. He's going to have the communist takeover. So you got to vote for Trump. Even if I disagree with Trump, even if I think Trump is an idiot, a moron who I could never agree with, I'm still forced to do this.
Yeah.
Trump, it's bigger than Biden. It's a question of, do you want to live in a free country with a functioning justice system?
That's exactly.
And
Yep, so
I'm
existential threat again. Okay.
Yeah. Once again,
Same bill
look
of
at how
sale.
many times Donald Trump subverted the justice system in his own fucking trials and impeachments and shit. It's just fucking ludicrous. They don't care about justice. They care about winning fucking points. That's all they care about. They care about fucking being in power, and it's destroying the fucking country. Fuck Tucker and fuck Roseanne. Here's more Tucker and Roseanne, by the way.
Tucker
fuck
and
Tucker and
Roseanne.
Roseanne. Here's some more.
Tucker.
I know a lot about
and
Hillary.
Roseanne.
I don't think she's a good person. I think she would put you in a camp without thinking about it if you were in the way.
Well, she said.
True.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's true though. I mean,
yeah.
when
Well, I
he's
guess-
when he's
I
right,
guess
he's
it's
right.
Hillary. I mean, yeah, Hillary is. She's horrible.
I wouldn't put anything past Hillary Clinton. I think she would fucking destroy the planet if she got the chance.
Education.
Well, for sure. And she means it. I mean, she's got a.
No, dude, Tucker. It's not like Tucker was agreeing with you. He's like, for sure.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, she would.
But I think she's not very bright. And I think she's mostly.
Wrong there.
Wrong.
She is
She is a
coldly,
fucking-
calculatingly intelligent.
Dude, Hillary is. I mean, look, if you want to fault Hillary, she's not personable. She doesn't have charisma. She does not have a great emotional connection with people. But like a ruthless, pragmatic, very slippery, smart motherfucker is Hillary, dude. I would not underestimate that bitch for a fucking second. If you
No.
did, I mean, the fucking piles of the slit throats behind her are evidence of that. I mean, like Hillary was literally just ordering drone strikes from her fucking phone while she's just off doing whatever the fuck Hillary wants to do. I mean, Hillary Clinton basically is a person in this country that if she wants something, she's basically just gonna get it. Like she needs money. Yeah, Bill, suddenly you're being hired to do 10 speaking engagements, and you too, Hillary, and here's a pile of money. Like, oh, I wonder why she's getting that. She's a fucking idiot. I don't think so.
No, she's ruthless as fuck. This is
She's a
this is
ruthless
dope.
evil, but she's not stupid. I mean, come
No.
on, that's fucking ridiculous to even say.
Close to 80, but I think of her as like a child. And so I don't take her seriously enough to really be mad at her. But
This is real funny too. The stupid line coming from the people simping for Donald Trump, like literally the most monosyllabic retard that's ever served in presidency, dude. They literally did studies on his language, and he speaks like a fourth grader, dude. You cannot call Hillary Clinton stupid and in the same
Wrong.
breath praise Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's like
just
a little kid. Wrong.
We're gonna win bigly, Dad.
I didn't eat the applesauce. I didn't do it.
No, I didn't. And if I did do
I
it,
didn't eat
it
it.
would be fine anyway because of the
Look, I know
president.
applesauce. I didn't eat it. It's like, yeah, it's like shit like that, dude. Like Donald Trump doesn't fucking speak eloquently and articulately. He's not a loquacious motherfucker. He's like, it's good.
she'll
We're gonna
say-
do great things.
whatever she needs to say. Trump
the
is
thing
Hitler.
she does so well, though, is to
Tucker proves he's dumb. I don't think Tucker is dumb. I just think Tucker is so fucking wishy-washy and will just say whatever he thinks is to his benefit. Like Tucker likes to
Tucker's in it
pretend
for
like
the
he's
money, dude. If Tucker
Yeah.
could make $1 billion switching over and being a fucking standard issue lib right now, he would do it. There's just not enough money in it for him. He's better off grifting his right-wing audience. But dude, he's one of these people. He's got his finger up in the air waiting for the winds to change. I wouldn't put it past Tucker to say or do anything, and it would subvert any kind of actual fucking position that he held. Because he doesn't care about that. He cares about money and status and influence, and it's just obvious that that's
what's the
what he
path
cares
of least
about.
resistance too. I mean, he's already got this audience, so it's like
Right. Why would
you know.
I upset the apple cart? You know, but if he had
And I mean,
to, he would
and
do it.
realistically, I mean, it is just pragmatism from him because people on the right wing that do this grift tend to make more money and tend to get more viewership. If it was like you're right, if it was the left that was stronger with this kind of stuff, he'd be a leftist in a second.
Yeah.
It's like she holds up the mirror and she's like, Russia, Russia, Russia. And that's the when she was selling plutonium to Russia. She devised this whole thing with a fake dossier to frame a sitting United States president, which is, isn't that treason? When you're, when you-
Yeah, like these motherfuckers don't have dossiers on fucking Hillary out there and shit. Give me a break,
Of
dude.
course. I mean,
they're just it's the Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man meme, you know.
Yeah, Hillary's a corrupt piece of shit. It's like, so is Donald Trump.
Yeah, nobody said she wasn't.
I mean, come on, bro.
a completely corrupt FISA court with fake FISA stuff to spy on a sitting, to bring down the sitting president of the United States during wartime.
Yeah. So I know a lot about Hillary, and I don't think she's.
So that's what Tucker and Roseanne think of Hillary. They're right. They're mostly right. Mostly right, except for when they said she was stupid.
Yeah, pretty much.
Roseanne Barr has psychotic episode on live television. Okay.
Okay.
Roseanne, you think Trump is the current commander of chief of the United States of America? Currently?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what evidence do you have of that?
A whole bunch of
No, you're just delusional. Wait a minute. No, that's pretty. Like, yeah, you could say what evidence, but you just like, no, he's not. Why would he be under investigation? Why would any of this stuff happen to him? Like, look, if Trump was president, as much as the government would want, you could even claim people wanted to investigate Trump. When he was president, it didn't happen for a reason because he controlled the Justice Department. They're not going to invest. It's not going to fucking happen. Let's just put it that way. It's just not going to fucking happen. And it's absurd to even fucking think otherwise. If Trump was president, he wouldn't allow any of this stuff to happen to him. Because when he was president, he didn't. It was obvious. Like the whole Mueller report was basically like, well, Trump is president, and we're not really sure, but the way courts have ruled on presidential immunity, we don't think we can charge Trump. So it wasn't that Trump didn't commit a crime. It's that the government said, like, we don't think we actually have the authority to try the president for any of these crimes. So basically, we can't do anything. Our hands are tied. And that's why Trump's trying to make that argument now again that he had immunity. That's why you're seeing that presented. So if Trump had that position already, it's already pretty much the position of the federal government that Trump wouldn't have been indicted. At least not federally. I don't know the state thing. I mean, that's a fucking even thornier issue, but who the fuck knows?
2015.
Now, remember, in 2015,
hey, it's David Pacman.
It was Barack Obama.
What's David Pac-Man doing here?
What is he doing here?
So Trump, understand the timeline. In 2015, Obama did some executive orders, which allowed Trump to, despite losing the election in 2020, still be the commander-in-chief in 2023. At what point does this go from I'm confused about something to I'm extremely sick and delusional? I don't know. Does this count?
Roseanne.
I mean, yeah, if you genuinely believe it, I don't know if you're sick, but you're definitely delusional.
I think it would count.
I mean, yeah, you're pretty fucking far out there. And this has been asked to a bunch of MAGA people, and they never really have an answer for that, by the way. It's always just some bullshit.
They live in a little fantasy world. All right, so these are the last two Roseanne Barr videos. We're two more shorts.
We got a ways to go, guys. We got
a ways to go.
147 to go. So, I mean, I don't know. If you guys want to make it happen, now it's time to make it happen. If not,
$147 to Florida Man Strikes Again. and to keep the show going. If not, after these next two shorts, we out of here, boys.
See ya.
We go into the patrons doing some sloppy seconds. So just so you know, just give fair warning.
Check it out, Pierce. The people that are saying everything's offensive are
Oh, that's
walking down
true, Paul. We didn't get to see the meltdown. Someone just said that. That is true.
What do you mean?
Did we see? Was that the meltdown we just saw? Was that the whole clip?
That was the whole clip. Yeah,
Oh,
restarted.
Sorry, bro. Someone's like,
It
we
was,
didn't get to see
it
the
was
that was the
clickbait,
meltdown.
probably. Everything's a meltdown now. It was.
Fuck.
We got clickbaited.
That's
what are you
okay.
gonna do?
That's why. Because then I was like, yeah, someone's like, "Where's the meltdown?" I'm like, "That's a good point." And you're like, "That was the whole clip." Like, oh
Yeah,
shit.
that was
okay,
it.
well,
That was the clip.
all right, that was it. Sorry, guys. That's the meltdown. The meltdown.
in kids' face dressed. Those are the people who say shit.
Fuck all you plebs.
The fucking, you know what I mean? Jesus. Hey, hello.
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 We're
This is
talking
real
to you.
coherent. This is coherent, dude. Meemaw has gotten into the southern comfort again, I think.
Me, mama, you got some problems.
This is my advice to today's woman. Keep your penis in your pants, especially when children are around women.
Roseanne, I think we've certainly lived up to the billing of uncensored.
Check it out.
God, Piers Morgan is such a mutant.
Yeah.
He was so shocking when he appeared just now. I was like, oh, ooh, oh.
And it's bad when you're looking at Roseanne, and then it's more shocking than you're looking at Piers Morgan. Oh shit! I'm sorry, it was involuntary.
All right, final Roseanne
Final
short.
one.
I am indeed about to puke blood. I can feel it. I can feel it rising up my
fuck,
throat.
dude. I mean,
Here
we
we
can barely
go.
hold it back.
I have a heart attack, but I'm not even going to go into it. I'm from the Ukraine. There is a large faction of Nazis. I don't know if you know this, but there's a large amount of Nazis in the Ukraine, and they actually killed my whole family. And they marched my entire family, grandmothers, great-grandparents, 10 siblings out into the forest and buried them alive in the Ukraine. So I don't understand why everybody's Ukraine. Well, I do understand, and that's also what terrifies me. People better wake up and do some research on their own instead of buying what comes across on the screen.
You're perfectly entitled to your views. I would say in relation to the suggestion that they're all a bunch of
You
Nazis.
haven't seen the swastikas on those
Roseanne, hang on, let me
soldiers'
finish.
arms.
The
It's in the
President Zelensky
news.
himself is Jewish, so obviously he is de facto not a Nazi.
I know, but just because the guy's a Jew doesn't mean he likes Jews or that he's doing anything good for
Oh wait, what? He's self-loathing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the fact that there is a clear Nazi problem, not just in Ukraine, but in Eastern Europe in general. I think it's worth noting, but I don't really think it's part of the calculus when it comes to the U.S.'s involvement in it.
No,
Nazis are everywhere. Unfortunately, we've got a healthy fucking crop of them here right at home.
Yeah, I wish that wasn't the case, but
Yeah,
sadly it is.
It shouldn't be the case, but it is the case.
Where is
so, yeah.
TJ? Watch the beginning of this show and you'll know the answer to that. The short version is TJ, through a series of wacky events, was known by many rhinos this day. Or maybe I think it was actually yesterday. Excuse me. Yesterday, TJ was known by many rhinos. That's it.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be Onion Nuggets. Thank you for joining us here on Scooter and the Hog for tonight. If you're a
Some
patron,
nasty
we
one
will
out there.
see you in 5 or 10 minutes over on the patron exclusive.
Some plugs before we
Sloppy
go.
Seconds.
Go to pessimist.co, get your fucking Blu-ray, become a patron, join our Patreon. If you like that shit, we got next month, or actually at the end of this month, we got Roseanne. We got the taint of all fucking taints. And we got Rob Schneider.
Here we've
Going
got
head to
literally,
head.
we've got the dick, the balls,
head.
and the taint.
We've got it all. We've got the fucking dog shit trifecta. And who comes out on top? How does this episode even take shape? How are we even going to judge it? I mean, what's going to happen? I don't even fucking know. Who the
You'll have
fuck
to
even
tune in.
knows? There's
You'll
only
have
one way
to
to
tune
know.
in to find out. That's all there is to it.
Tune in. Join us now. Do it now. Go.
We'll see you in a
Good
few
one.
minutes, patrons, plebs. Get your shit together.